Good evening, everyone, and I would like to welcome you to the July 1st regular Fairfax Town Council meeting. We are all, as you see, or as you may hear, we are all continuing to participate remotely. And I will start by letting everyone know how it is that you may participate this evening. You're on here somehow at this point. So whether you're streaming or you are on the Zoom or you are watching it on channel 27, you can get all of the information about different ways to view by going to the Town of Fairfax website, www.townoffairfax.org. But in order for you to participate tonight and to make a live public comment, I'm going to read to you how that works. So if you're using Zoom, you can select the raise hand icon during the public comment time, and you'll be added to the queue. And you'll be unmuted when it's your turn. Michelle is our wonderful clerk who has done that so seamlessly, but I shouldn't jinx it. But it's all going really well. So, and if you're calling in, you can press *9 during the public comment time, and you'll be added to the queue and unmuted when it's your turn. And then press *67 before dialing to hide your phone number. And so I would like to call the meeting to order and go ahead and ask for a roll call, please, Michelle.
Sure. Councilmember Hellman.
Here. Aye.
Hi. Councilmember Reed.
Here.
Councilmember Kohler.
Here.
Vice Mayor Ackerman.
Here.
And Mayor Goddard.
I am here. Okay, thank you, Michelle. We are moving on to an approval of the agenda and affidavit of posting. So if someone would like to make a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda and affidavit of posting.
All right, so we have a motion, Kohler. Is there a second?
Yes, I will second that motion.
Okay, second Reed, and then I'm going to go ahead and do the roll calls from here on out for the vote. So Councilmember Hellman.
Aye.
Councilmember Reed.
Aye.
Councilmember Kohler.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Ackerman.
Aye.
Okay, and myself, Renee, I'm the mayor, and I say aye. So moving on, I'm going to go ahead and read the meeting protocol. The mayor shall maintain order at the meetings. The council and the audience are expected to refrain from using profane language and or ridiculing the character or motives of council members, staff, or members of the public. And to maintain the standards of tolerance and civility, please go ahead. Well, you can all leave your cell phones on as long as they're on silent, and you're of course muted. I don't know why that's written in there anymore. Anyway, we'll return to the land of common cell phone space at some point in the near future. So what will happen is the town council will review the agenda at 10 p.m. to ascertain which items, if any, will be continued to another meeting, and any matter that's not started by 11:30 will be continued to an adjourned or regular council meeting unless the council votes to suspend the 11:30 rule. So with all of that, I would like to invite Councilmember Kohler to begin the meeting tonight with a dedication.
Thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. So I want to talk about what's kind of a glimmer of hope. In the last few weeks, at a time when people across the country are speaking out against racism and injustice, we have recently been reminded of the power of the law as a force for progress. There is hope from 3 recent Supreme Court rulings. In a decisive 6-3 vote on Monday, June 15, the Supreme Court ruled that the section of the Civil Rights Act of 1964 that outlaws employment discrimination on the basis of sex must be interpreted to also protect gay and transgender people. This is a monumental step forward and it's the result of years of work by national LGBTQ legal groups. The ruling will make a profound difference in the lives of millions of people in the nearly 30 states that still do not provide basic civil rights protections to LGBTQ people. Justice Gorsuch, a Trump nominee, wrote the majority opinion, with Chief Justice Roberts joining him and the 4 liberal justices on the ruling. The second ruling was on June 18, wherein the Supreme Court rejected the Trump administration's attempt to dismantle the program protecting undocumented immigrants brought to the United States as children, which is a reprieve for nearly 700,000 recipients known as Dreamers. The 5-4 decision, written by Chief Justice Roberts, who, by the way, was a Bush appointee, was technical. The administration had not provided proper legal justification for ending DACA program, which had been implemented by President Obama 8 years ago. DACA allows for qualified enrollees to work, study, and remain in the United States on a renewable permit. Just months after taking office, President Trump moved to revoke the program, only to be blocked by lower courts and now the Supreme Court. Roberts' opinion was a narrow but powerful rejection of the way the Trump administration went about trying to abolish the program. In essence, and these are my words, it was sloppily written. President Trump has vowed to rewrite his decision, but they do not have time to do so properly before the November election. In his ruling, Chief Roberts called the administration's decision arbitrary and capricious. While there still remains uncertainty for DACA recipients, this ruling provides some relief, and of note, one of our police employees is DACA. This Monday, the U.S. Supreme Court ruled that a law restricting abortions in Louisiana is unconstitutional. In this landmark decision, the justices said a law requiring that doctors who provide abortions must have local hospital admitting rights, which placed an undue burden on women. Chief Justice John Roberts joined the liberal justices in the 5-4 decision. Justice Breyer wrote it. The court struck down a similar policy in Texas in 2016, the opinion noted. This was the first major abortion case ruling from the Supreme Court during the Trump presidency. It is not all good news coming out of the Supreme Court, and in fact, there's been a couple of bad decisions this week. Yet these 3 rulings give me a glimmer of hope. Chief Justice Roberts has become the swing vote as predicted by many, yet we know there are cases where he will not vote with the liberal justices. It's critical that people vote in November. We think that there will be a vacancy on the Supreme Court during the next administration. So please get out and vote, whoever you vote for. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Barbara. It was a very nice way to start this meeting tonight. I do see two attendees with their hands up, but as we move forward, we will be quickly moving to open time. And I'm thinking that probably the hands coming up would be better suited for open time. So at this point, I'm just going to read the announcements for this month, starting with vacancies on boards and commissions. As always, the applications for these boards and commissions are available at Town Hall and on the town website. And you can always contact the town clerk or visit www.townoffairfax.org. The Climate Action Committee has up to 3 vacancies. The Planning Commission now has 1 vacancy, right? We had 2 vacancies.
Excuse me, Mayor. This is the clerk speaking.
There
was only one
sorry.
vacancy. And
Okay.
I might add that the Open Space Committee does not have any vacancies. That was a mistake on my part. Sorry.
Okay, let's go back. I'll just go back so everything's clear. The Climate Action Committee does have up to 3 vacancies. We did just appoint a planning commissioner, Shelley Clark, to the Planning Commission, and we are very appreciative of her stepping up to that position. The Parks and Rec Commission has 1 vacancy, and the Open Space Committee does not have any vacancies. The Fairfax Food Pantry continues to serve every Saturday from 8:30 to 10:30. That's at the Fairfax Community Church. It's right at the corner of Oak Manor and Sir Francis Drake Boulevard. And I would like to update you all on the mobile shower care units. A pilot for that mobile shower began at the Fairfax Community Church, running simultaneous to the food pantry. We started with 2 participants, and this last week there were 10. If anyone who is listening makes use of those showers, you should know that this weekend, the 4th of July weekend, there will not be showers available, but they will be back every Saturday from 9 a.m. to 12 every Saturday morning at the community church. Garrett, are you here? Garrett?
Yes, sorry.
I would appreciate if you would go ahead and give make the announcement about Chipper Days, because there are a few different things going on, and I want to make sure that it's all clear. Are you prepared to do that?
Are you talking about the Chipper Days offered by the Marin Wildfire Prevention Authority?
Yes, but would you read them all? Because we have, the good news is that we have more Chipper Days. I just want to make sure that everyone's clear on when they are and where to go to get more information.
Okay, so basically go to our website for more information, but the July 11th one in downtown, that one is going to be rescheduled probably for some neighborhood or some area in August. The Marin Wildfire Prevention Authority, they are actually going to schedule their Chipper Days from July 13th through, I think, July 16th. How that works is that's actually a curbside chipping that's actually, or curbside pickup. Anyway, basically it's a curbside program, and they're targeting all the Firewise communities in Fairfax. And how that will work is you'll have to go to their website, and we'll have information on that, but it's not set up yet. So if you go to the Marin Wildfire Prevention Authority, MWPA website, you'll most likely get, it's not created yet. But in essence, what people do is they go on their website and they make an appointment for picking up the materials or chipping the materials, and the Wildfire Authority will handle that directly. I believe they could do 30 each day for targeted neighborhoods. Again, you need to go to their website for the information once it's up. For our remainder Chipper Days, there are July 25th and 26th, that's in Deer Park. I would have to look at our website to see if we actually have scheduled a general one in August. I don't believe we have yet. So the main things are, remember, go to our website and then the MWPA website for July 13th, see how that works for Firewise. And then for July 25th and 26th, that's Deer Park, for the Deer Park area. And again, go to our website for information on how that's going to work.
Okay, and so people should also know that the Marin Wildfire Prevention Authority's Chipper Days will be a chipper that actually drives along the road and stops curbside and chips it right there, but you do have to call to make an appointment, and that all that information will be on the 2 websites. So thank you, Garrett.
Just, Mayor, just a quick thing. I just got information that it's actually through Fire Safe Marin. It's being paid for through the Marin Wildfire Prevention Authority, so you should be able to find it on the Fire Safe Marin website. And I think one of the things we should do subsequent to this meeting is post it on our website so it's clear.
Yes, agree. Thank you for the clarification. I appreciate it. I knew that was going to be a lot. The good news is there's a lot of Chipper Days, and we're moving a lot of fuel out of our neighborhoods. So thanks for your patience and as we clarify. All right, you all, we're moving into open time for public expression. This is a time to address the council on matters that are not on the agenda. I wanted to just let people know that there is a state law. It's called the Brown Act, and it is California's sunshine law for local government. it requires that local government business be conducted at open and public meetings. And what that means is that it's our transparency law. So it means that we cannot speak on things that are not on the agenda. And it also means that if there is an item on the agenda, you must wait until that agenda item is up in order to speak on it. If you bring up an item in open time, we cannot take action. We can comment. We can direct staff to take a look deeper into it, but we are not able to take action at that time. So just for clarification, if something tonight is not on the agenda, please feel free to speak about it in open time. If it is on the agenda, you'll have to wait until that item comes up before us on the agenda. I hope that's clear. I can't see anyone's faces like I normally can to say yes, yes, that's clear, or no, so I hope it's clear. So let's go ahead. Individuals are limited to 3 minutes, as always promised. If you are representing a group, you may speak up to 5 minutes. Only one person may represent a group. And I believe that I have covered all of the protocols around open time. So Michele, could you guide us through and
Yes.
call on the commenters as they come along?
I would be happy to do that. The first person is Jody Timms.
Okay, and Jody, before you speak, I'm sorry. You may see if you're zoomed in, members of the public, you can see the clock. And it is going to start you at 3 minutes and take you through and let you know when you're at 0. So thank you for keeping an eye on the clock. All right.
Okay, so Jody Timms, Cascade Drive, and your representative to the Commission on Aging with a quick report. A bunch of events here I just want to roll off quickly. The Commission on Aging is meeting tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, and the subject is telehealth and like telemedicine, which is really important. Many of us are going to be needing to use that as an option. So this is an hour presentation explaining what telehealth is and how it's being used, particularly with COVID-19, but with many kinds of doctor visits. So that's important. You have to go to the Marin County Commission on Aging website to get the Zoom link. Also tomorrow, the Ross Valley seniors will be having their luncheon, but not, of course, a lunch. They're having a Zoom meeting, and they're going to be talking about Uber Go Grandparent, which is a transportation system using Uber. So for older folks who don't manage apps themselves but want some support, you might want to catch that. That's at 12:30, and you would go to Ross Valley Seniors to get that Zoom link. Age-friendly Fairfax breakfast with friends will be July 15th. The Zoom for that would be on the town's website, as well as our forum is coming back on July 22nd and 23rd. Wednesday and Thursday is a 2-part class on how to use iPhones, particularly all the accessibility gadgets that are part of it, but all kinds of tips. So if you're younger or older and you just got an iPhone and you really need a little training, this is a 2-part, 1 hour each day, and the information for that's on our website. And then the next forum we'll be having will be at the end of August, and that will be on scams. So I'll talk about that next month. And then, of course, the task force for the Age-Friendly Fairfax will be July 24th at 9:15. Again, that's on Zoom. So all of our events are basically back and on the website. The other thing I just wanted to mention, let's see, there was a meeting this morning of the AAI Aging Action Initiative, and I did make a request for a mobile unit that might be able to come to Fairfax for COVID testing. So that idea was well received. They're going to look at whether or not that can happen. I also learned that 72% of Latinx people who got COVID testing were tested positive. And so we have some issues around essential workers and people who and folks of color who are testing positive. We need support from the county and our towns, particularly to encourage people also to wear masks. I really hope our police officers are comfortable talking to people and encouraging them to wear masks, because it's very important, and of course, socially distancing. Thank you.
Jody, thank you so much. Much appreciated, and I really look forward to learning more about COVID testing and whether we can bring that locally. All righty, next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Linda Novi.
Okay. Hi, Linda.
Hi there. Thanks for letting me speak. I do see on item 15 that you are looking at creating a committee or a task force to talk about funding, but I would like to simply state my some positive comments about the Fairfax Police. Is that appropriate to do now?
Yes, you may state any positive comments or negative that you like at any time. And just for clarification, item 15 is about the formation of a racial equity and inclusion committee,
Okay.
and not particularly in any way about the police,
Okay,
as
great.
called out in the item, just for clarification for the public.
All right. I'm
Thank
going to jump on it because I just lost some time.
Great.
I'm a 40-year resident of Fairfax. I want to say that my experience with the Fairfax Police Department have been positive. They've helped me with an incredible array of issues. Barking dogs, loud hot tub pumps, trees in the road, parking issues, safety issues. And I've seen them keep Fairfax events such as the rowdy but fun Fairfax Festival safe and enjoyable. They help keep our community safe, and they do it with sensitivity. Our Fairfax community is diverse. We're Mayberry on acid, after all. We're unique, and our unusual character requires a good fit with our police department, and I think they do that. I was very pleased to read Chief Moran's posting on the Fairfax website, and I wrote a letter to you all today that was shared with you, where he talks about the values of the police force that he's honoring, and he's talking proactively along with his Lieutenant Tabaranza about this. He also published, I think this was last week, the regulations that the Fairfax Police Department is operating within, and they don't include chokeholds among the other really key regulations that we want. I think they're very progressive. There's a frenzy right now to defund police departments, but that step is not needed nor practical in our small town. If certain social services are needed, then let's look to the county's Health and Human Services for support. Our police department needs to remain intact and fully serving our community 24/7. Our police chief and our officers deserve our appreciation, and we're lucky to have them. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Barbara Petty.
Hi,
Barbara?
Barbara.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
Oh, hi, Mayor Goddard and council members. I know this is not on the agenda, but I guess I missed the big meeting about the police last time, and I just wanted to chime in from my own perspective. So as you guys know, I was a town treasurer for 8 years, amongst other things. And, you know, we have had this parcel tax on the books, which helps pay for safety services. And that includes 24/7 access to our police. And each one of you have endorsed this and campaigned for it. And our firefighters and police officers walk the neighborhoods for us. And the voters renewed this by over 80%. So I don't know the legalities, but I think if you go to the voters and promise them something and they overwhelmingly approve it and pay for it, and then you cut those services, I think there might be a little bit of a problem on your hands. So I personally and my husband are pretty concerned about cutting our police staffing. We've unfortunately had to call on them more often than we've wanted to. Specifically, We had somebody throw a paint can through our kitchen window and raid our house of a lot of precious things that were precious to us. We had our tire slashed when that entire episode of tire slashing was going on. I had to call them during a Little League game when a drunk person was harassing our team's catcher and his dog bit one of our parents. And actually, at that time, there was a female police officer, and she handled it really well. And then we live above Town and Country Club. There's always kind of sketchy people down there doing weird things. And when we're not in a pandemic, we've got the bars and the nightclubs. So there's a lot going on. And I mean, yeah, it's a quiet town, but I think we just really need our police. And recently there's been an uptick in crimes, probably related to people being out of work and feeling desperate. I totally get that. So it's not about us like diverting our money to a different part of our community, but it's about helping to protect us. And I think our chief and our department do a great job of responding. So I just want to support them. And I know the budget's going to come up in a couple of weeks, and I'm happy to talk to you about it around there. But I know you're also thinking about it in the meantime. So I just wanted to present our side of the story.
Thank you very much, Barbara.
Okay, take care.
Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Richard.
Hi, I have two things that I want to speak on. So as we all know, the challenges to retail and small businesses and the people who work for them is very stark right now, as well as for self-employed people. And in that vein, you know, I was thinking that, you know, our revenue is going to be down this year. And I put this out, and I don't say this to be threatening or challenging or whatever. I just would like the council and staff to give this a little thought. You don't need to respond tonight, but might be a nice gesture if council might waive off their monthly stipends for the balance of the year. And maybe some of the high-end employees in town who make over 6 figures might be willing to take a voluntary 10% reduction while we're in sort of COVID times, or at least for the balance of the year. So it's just an idea I'm floating out there. I don't say it to be aggressive or provocative. I'm just putting it out. It would be a nice gesture. My main thing that I wanted to bring up tonight is this episode that happened over at the Parkade and the protesters the other night, where the D-Ham plumbing truck guy showed up. And I'm gonna give an illustration. If I pulled up to the ball field one day in an industrial-sized lawn mowing tractor while the 11-year-olds were playing Little League practice, and I started zooming around and throwing grass clippings at the left fielder, all the coaches and the parents would come over and would confront me, and the police would be called, and I would be questioned as to what the heck was I doing there. And we had some plumber guy come up with a truck into the Parkade, attach his 3,000 pound per inch pressure hose to the water source there. And there was some interaction with some of the protesters. And he said, I'm authorized to be here, and I was told not to speak to you. And he started blasting his hose. And while he did not aim it directly at a person, he grazed people there. People got wet, and he was there at 6:45 at night. No work order was offered. And this is very concerning. And from what I've been hearing, the story on the street is that town's taking no responsibility. They didn't authorize this guy. He just showed up on his own. And yet, I spoke to one of the people who was down there, and he said that there was someone named Rudy, and I know we have a Rudy in Public Works, who came over, engaged with this plumber, high-fived him before going to get a slice of pizza at Jer and Jelly's. So all of us citizens, we need to get clarity on this. Like, who knew about this or didn't know about this? And this guy was identified as being an agitator and a kind of pro-Trump, anti-protesters at previous things. He has a distinguishing tattoo, and it was noted, and someone looked at a photo that was taken of him days before to verify that it was the same person. So this is unacceptable. This is menacing and threatening and not appropriate. And so I don't understand why this person wasn't taken in for questioning, or there wasn't a citation. It all seems like it's like been kind of blown over, smoothed over, no big deal. And I find it very troubling, because either he wasn't sanctioned and he was there on his own and nobody knew about it. And so why hasn't this been pursued, and why is this person at least given some type of a warning? Or if it was sanctioned, who sanctioned it and why? And that needs to be drawn out. So this is a serious matter. And It's very troubling, and we need to hear more about this and get some clarification on it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Richard. And we'll see if we can get some clarification that can be put out to the public. I hear you. Okay, next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Cindy Swift.
Hi, just a quick comment, as I know there's a busy agenda ahead tonight. I listened to the last council meeting, including Police Chief Moran's comments during the meeting. So I wanted to voice my support tonight for our police department, its leadership, and its community-oriented policing approach that continues to serve our community well. Our police department is diverse. It provides appropriate 24/7 coverage, including a police station that is open 24/7. And the department is and has always been accessible to our community. Just as all towns and town departments are not the same, an often spoken comment I hear regarding our funky Fairfax is, quote, "We're no Mill Valley," unquote. No disrespect intended, of course, to Mill Valley. So not all police departments should be painted with the same brush. Thank you.
Thank you, Cindy. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Mimi Newton.
Can you hear me?
Hi, Mimi, yes.
So there's two of us here. I'll say my remarks and then I'll pass the device over. But I'm here in my capacity as a resident of Fairfax, not as a planning commissioner. And I want to, again, stress the experiences I've had with the Fairfax Police Department in terms of how quickly they come in response to calls, what professionals they are in terms of their dealings with a variety of folks here in town, and their sensitivity and compassion. We've had some events in our neighborhood that have necessitated their intervention, and they've just been excellent. And so I just want to repeat that again. They come quickly, they come with professionalism, and they come with sensitivity and compassion. And I doubt there's a lot of towns in this county that can say that. And when people want to compare the percentage of our budget that goes to our Fairfax Police Department, who's devoted to our town and our needs, with the percentages that other jurisdictions in the county are paying for shared police forces, I don't think it's a fair comparison. I think we do pay a larger percentage because we get such a great police force as a result of that. And I am concerned about reductions in police budgets because I think it takes a healthy salary to attract the kind of professionals that we have. And I'll turn it over now.
Hi, Town Council. This is Patrice Bryan. I am a minority in this town. I'm one of the few African Americans, and I'd like to speak on behalf of our police force as well. I, on principle, do not call the police. I have lived all over this country. I'm an Air Force brat. This is the first town I've ever lived in where I felt the confidence to call the police force to help me in matters of trouble. I think I've called them 4 times in the past 5 years. And that's because my life has been threatened. I have had a crow put on my front doorstep as if it were saying, hey, you don't belong here. And I've had other issues with the police officers. And I just want to say that the professionalism that they have displayed, the consideration that they have displayed for me goes well beyond what we're hearing when we see ABAC, all cops are bad. Tonight was the first time I drove by the Black Lives Matter protest and could not beat, because all of the signs were anti-police. I do not believe that we should have an anti-police mentality in Fairfax. Perhaps our sheriff has issues, but our local police force does not. I mean, if you look at the report card, they score excellent in every category. And personally, I can say that they arrive promptly, they do their jobs, and then they sit with you and they talk to you and they explain what's going on and they follow up. That does not happen, especially with a person of African American descent in any other country. So perhaps it makes sense to look at how the budget is allocated, but it does not make any sense to me to defund a 24/7 police force that responds appropriately. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrice. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Niccolo Caldararo.
Hi, Niccolo.
Niccolo, can you unmute your phone perhaps? If it has a mute button, press that. And if it doesn't, you could try *6.
Michelle, is there a way to take the next speaker and then let Niccolo get
Sure.
himself muted?
Yes, let me do that.
Thank you.
The next speaker is, whoops.
What it was like.
Oh, there he is. There he is.
Hello?
Okay, go back.
Hi, Niccolo.
Yeah. Well, I already, sorry about that. I already sent 2 emails, so I don't want to take up too much time. But I do want to just support the police. It's really great for a community to have their own police power. And it was really great when I was on the council to be able to send a letter to President Bush and Cheney and saying we would not enforce the unconstitutional Patriot Act in our town. And I think that also we've had a long tradition of community policing here. So I think that we need to just ask ourselves what we want from our police and what training we want them to have, and that our police should really be helpful rather and seen as helpful rather than seen as the enemy. And one other thing that I'd like to mention, and that is that as the earlier speaker said about our business community, that I really am glad to hear that you are taking efforts to help our community, our business community, survive this terrible situation that we're in. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Niccolo. Next speaker, please. I see Mallory.
The next speaker is Mallory.
Hi. I have to get my piece of paper. Hold on. Okay, first, Michelle, or to everybody, when we did the Sir Francis Drake meeting, they called 3 names in a row. They gave you a warning. I think that might be a good idea to have a little bit of a line of people's names. I also, that's number 1. Number 2, I want to just say I'm a proponent of our police force. They're terrific. They've always been. I've been here forever, and they have been on it forever. And they listen. They come in time. And so I just want to put my little 2 cents in for that. And the other thing, which I think I've been bringing up for over a year now that it's fire season again, the paths between the evacuation footpaths between streets, such as Maple to Willow, need to be clean. And there's so many of these are overgrown, especially that one. And I really, really want to get somebody to get on it. I think Bruce, I think you talked about taking care of it. Nothing's taken care of. So can we be really proactive now that it's fire season so people can leave dead-end streets to get out if they need to get out on foot? And that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Mallory. Next speaker, please.
Madam Mayor, would you like me to take Mallory's suggestion and let people know?
Yeah, absolutely. Yes. Thanks
Okay.
for that, Mallory. I wasn't sure if you could do it, so I didn't want to put you on the spot, but that would be very helpful.
Okay. So the next speaker is Jesse Hoffman, but before you start, the following speaker will be Elias Karkabi, and after that is Justin Nowlen. So that's a heads up.
Thank you.
Okay, Jesse.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we do.
Hey guys, as always, thank you for taking the time tonight to be the town council and the mayor. And I know it's a kind of a hard job and you guys will be here late. I'm really happy to hear all these people supporting our police department. They have a great reputation in Marin and it's well deserved. I wanted to actually just speak about that and say that I support them and I don't support defunding them. I and my wife both voted for Prop F, which funded the police and the fire department. And I'm happy to pay that money to fully fund the police and the fire departments. And I don't want to take too much time, but I do want to give you one story about when I first moved to town. I was driving past Good Earth onto Center and I kind of did a California roll through the stop sign. And one of our officers pulled me over there. It was Officer Odom, who unfortunately I don't think is with us anymore. I think he moved on. Anyway, he pulled me over and he was very upset. He said, "Don't you know kids ride their bikes here?" And I said, "Oh, I'm so sorry," you know, and anyway, he let me go with a warning and I thought about it. I was really embarrassed about what I'd done. And after that, I thought about it, that is exactly the kind of police force that we want, is people who are looking out after our community. And with that being said, I'll let it go to the next speaker.
Okay, great. Thank you, Jesse. So
the next speaker is Elias Karkabi.
Hi, good evening, everybody.
Hi.
So I am calling in. I want to talk about my experience with the Fairfax police and why I think that police in Fairfax should be defunded and that we should look for alternatives to traditional policing. Personally, I've been a Fairfax resident for 30 years, born and raised in Fairfax. I have not once had a positive interaction with our police force. Growing up here, my friends and I were constantly harassed by the police. Stopped just walking down the street, coming home from school, accused of nonsense things. One of the common things that we used to hear was, "It looks like you guys are wrestling doors," which apparently in police speak means that you're attempting to open vehicles that are parked on the side of the road. So we used to get that quite a bit. Later on, I had people that I went to school with join the police force, and I asked one of them who was in our local police force, I asked, what's going on with racial profiling? And I was surprised at how honest this young man was. He said, "You know, I don't like to say it, but they're always up to something." And he was talking about Black and brown people in Fairfax and San Anselmo. And that was the status quo among police officers. And that's about 5 years ago. Personally, I don't think that's changed. And, you know, that's an anecdotal story, my own personal experience. But the public, especially the Black and brown community in the United States, are overwhelmingly saying to all representatives, look at the systemic racism within the police force, not the problems with individuals who are racist, you know, what some people are calling bad apples. They're not talking about that. That's not the big issue. The big issue is the systemic racism. So I was pulled over by Officer Oldham, and he's a super nice guy. He pulled me over because I forgot to turn my lights on. I was driving at night. I appreciated that. But he also had a .45 caliber gun on his hip. And he looked in my car, looked around to see if, I had something that looked like a weapon. Now, let's say I had a pop gun on the floor. That could have ended really bad for me. And I want you guys to think about the kind of force that these officers have and the potential for serious negative interactions.
Okay.
Thank you.
Elias, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Sorry, I was muted. The next speaker is Justin Nowlen, and after that will be Mike Garanghelli and then Walt Vernon.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. Thank you for having me, and timekeeper. My name is Justin, and I've been a resident of Fairfax for nearly 9 years. I'd like to speak in support of the men and women of our local and humble Fairfax Police Department. I moved to Fairfax from Los Angeles, and before that, Southside Chicago. Having my car broken into, bikes stolen out from under me, and watches ripped off my 11-year-old wrist, I do not take for granted the level of security I feel when I walk out my front door. I've left bikes out all night, only to find them right where I left them in the morning. I've left my Sir Francis Drake facing garage door open all night, lights on, twice, only to discover nothing missing in the morning. This is a level of civility and security that is simply not available in every town. What I'd like to share is simply my appreciation of our Fairfax first responders. Fairfax PD has assisted in locating my wandering blue tick hound. They quietly monitor my daughter's school dances. They check on elderly neighbors, and they support the heart of Fairfax community, our music and outdoor festivals. In my limited interactions with Fairfax PD, our men and women have been courteous and professional. They have always had time to answer my questions and provide support. When I've observed Fairfax PD making a contact with a possibly mentally ill individual, they have been direct but understanding. Last year I had to drive into town on a flat tire. Just my luck, Fairfax PD pulls in behind me and to make the traffic stop to understand the problem. Instead of a ticket, the officer offered to escort me to a nearby gas station. When we got to the gas station, a quick wave and we were both on our way. This is the Fairfax Police Department I know. These are the men and women that answer the call. Certainly, by my observation, there are police departments in our country that should indeed be defunded, if not dismantled. Fairfax PD, however, is not one of them. Fairfax PD is comprised of helpful, supportive professionals that are willing to enter sometimes dynamic, sometimes dangerous situations so that I don't have to. In short, they are willing to help where people from other disciplines may not. There cannot be a question as to whether or not Fairfax PD will answer my call for help. I have absolute trust in our police department to be there when I, a family member, a neighbor, or a perfect stranger is in need. Fairfax PD is great and deserves all available funding and then some. Thank you for allowing me to participate in tonight's meeting.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, Michele, please.
Next is Mike Garanghelli.
Hi, Mike.
Can everyone hear me at this point?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Okay, it's my first little meeting like this. By the way, one thing I want to start off by saying is I think when we get into real major issues like even this one, and we get into issues like closing down Broadway and other streets, the parking and whatnot for the business community, I think we need to have meetings that people can actually attend. This is, to me, it's better than nothing, but it's a lot better if we're all at the women's club at some point. So major decisions that are being made right now, I believe should be made where the public can actually come out. I believe that anyway. So, by the way, it's been a long time, but I was happy to serve on the town council and do what you guys were doing. So I know it's a tough job. Can't please everybody. But one thing that I've grown to appreciate more and more is how great our Fairfax Police Department is under the leadership of Chris Morin. And I think we're very lucky to have them. And I also want to reiterate what other people have said, and that is we just overwhelmingly passed a tax to fund the police department. So that's your vote of confidence right there. I don't think the voters who just voted for funding the police department now want to defund them. So for the sake of the morale of our police department, I think it's important that we show them our support and appreciation. So I think that's where I'm coming from. And we're very lucky in Fairfax. I've lived here virtually all my life. I've done business here the whole time. Even when I was away, I'm about to move back full time. But bottom line is, we should not be, we should be supporting the police. And while we can appreciate everything that's going on out there in the world today, our Fairfax Police Department should not be talking about being defunded. We should be talking about how lucky we are to have them. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mike. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Walt Vernon, and after Walt comes Veronica Geretz and then Marcia Custer.
Okay. Hi, Walt.
Hi, how are you guys? I am a resident of Fairfax and the chairman of your Climate Action Committee. I'm going to talk about something other than the police. I'm going to talk about, obviously, the Climate Action Committee and what we're working on behalf of the people of this town and the world, I suppose. The first thing that I'd like to say is our blog continues to be active. I want to encourage everybody listening to please sign up and become a part of learning about what's going on and thinking about how to participate. One of the things that we're doing now on our the Climate Action Committee portion of the website is to celebrate the businesses here in Fairfax who have chosen to become champions of the Marin Clean Energy Deep Green program. So, you know, in this time of economic crisis, I think supporting our local merchants is vital, but in particular, supporting those merchants who are also invested in making the world a better place, I think is especially important. And so we're celebrating those on our website, and we encourage people to go and look and to support those businesses. And while you're at it, sign up for MCE Deep Green if you haven't already. You did note, Mayor Goddard, that we have 3 openings on the Climate Action Committee, and we are actively recruiting. We would like to have people with energy, with enthusiasm, with time, and who can help us to help you. We're also looking for students, for young people to join and to work with some of our committees, because we want to engage all generations in this fight for their future, really. By the way, I think you get 5 minutes, not 3, but for whatever, I'll be quick. I did want to say we are also working to organize ourselves to be somewhat more effective. We've changed our meeting date for those people who might want to come to the meeting. Our meetings are now the 3rd week of the month, not the 2nd, which I think they were. And the last thing that I wanted to report on, back in December, I think it was, we presented the Climate Action Committee's recommendation to the council that you adopt the Marin County recommended REACH codes for energy. At the time, you chose not to do that, but asked us to work with staff to look into that. So we've now arranged with the California Energy Commission and Marin County and their experts to help towns like us make these kinds of things easy. We've arranged with them to be able to meet with Garrett and with Councilmember Hellman and Councilmember Ackerman so that we can try to advance that conversation. So we're looking forward to that, looking forward to bringing you something that you can use, and always open for feedback. Thank you for all that you do, and I'll see you next month, if not before.
Okay, thank you so much, Walt, for the excellent leadership. Much appreciated. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Veronica Geretz, and after that is Marcia Custer, and then Deborah Benson.
Thanks, Michelle. Hi, Town Council. Thank you for having me.
Hi, Veronica.
I first wanted to make sure to mention that I am offering a free public yoga class to the town of Fairfax, sponsored by Park and Rec, happening on Bolinas Park on the grassy green where the farmers market is every Monday from 6 to 7 p.m. And half of the class is free to attend, but if you do choose to donate, we're really grateful. And half of those donations go to the town of Fairfax, and the other half of them go to Serge Marin standing up for racial justice. So please come and practice yoga, and I'd love to see you. I'd also love to just remind everybody that this is a conversation not about the quality of the Fairfax Police Department. It is about the systemic racism inherent in policing and the murder of Black people by police across the nation. This is a global movement, a national movement. Our call, or the call, to defund the police department and reallocate funds towards alternative anti-racist public safety practices is, again, a national effort being driven by Black leadership throughout the country. If Fairfax wants to truly become an anti-racist town that is safe for Black, Indigenous, and people of color, then we need to follow the lead of Black leadership and listen to BIPOC voices calling for the transformation of our police systems. I want to thank the woman who identified herself as a person of color, and I'm forgetting her name, I'm sorry. And thank you for calling in. It is so wonderful to hear from the people of color within Fairfax. Even if there are differing opinions around what policing looks like, I want more people of color to be in this community. And what we are understanding is that in order for more people of color to feel safe in communities, policing needs to not be the only form of public safety. There's an invitation right now happening to reimagine public safety. To read an excerpt from the Policing Project from the New York University School of Law. Many people think of the police when they hear public safety, yet it is remarkable how little policing has changed over the years, even as society has changed around it. Today, as was true over 50 years ago, we seek to achieve public safety largely with agencies whose primary tools are the use of persuasion, force, and enforcement of the laws. Public safety means freedom from crime, violence, and disorder, but it must mean much more than that. It requires that everyone be safe, including from the government. It means addressing social problems in ways that promise the best outcomes for everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Veronica. Next speaker, please. And might I remind the public that if you are speaking for a group, you do have 5 minutes, but please let us know before you begin to speak that you are representing a group and what that group is. Thank you. Hi, Marcia.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for all you do. We appreciate the entire town council. I would just like to say that in my experience living in Fairfax, I think that the police department has done an extraordinary job. I think they're quickly to respond. I think their professionalism is superior. I think the fact that the police department is diverse and they give such excellent service. I think that we're lucky to have the police department we have. I hear what Veronica's saying about generally what policing is in the world, but we do live in Fairfax and we have the benefit of a great police chief, a great force, 70% diverse, and tremendously understanding of everything. I have been involved in both sides of the police. I have called them. I have been called because of them. My chickens made too much noise, I'm sorry. But I think the police department is a reflection of what we all voted on. 80% of Measure F was to support the police and the fire department. And if 80% of us want to increase our property taxes to support this movement, we should do it. I mean, it just makes sense to me. So thank you all of you for listening to us. and I completely support the police. Thanks.
Okay, thank you so much, Marcia. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Deborah Benson. After Deborah is call-in user 6, and then Joe McGarry. So Deborah.
Hi, Deborah Benson, Fairfax.
Hi, Deborah.
I'd like to speak to the issue of the police as well. And I'm so glad to hear so many people speaking up in support of them. Thank you for hearing me. In the 28 years I've lived here, I've had experience with our police, always in the form of a call for help, protection, or sometimes just advice. We have an invaluable, personal, 24/7 relationship with our police, who are personally dedicated to our community. They're not overfunded. Please don't mess with their budget. There was a saying in the 70s from a feminist, the personal is the political. And here, I think we have to pay attention to that. There's a fervor to forward this movement that has needed to be aired for many, many generations. And I think that people are very intense about the movement, but once they raise their hands and their voices, they're not quite sure what to do with it. And so I do think we need to remember that the personal is the political, that we have a wonderful Fairfax police force who are not committing any of the atrocities that people are revolting rightly against. And we need to support them because they do a great job for us. So that's it on the police, but since I still have a little more time, at the last meeting, I brought up the Cascade Drive reconfiguration, which happened mid-November without any notice to the residents, which was going to be in play as an experiment for about 6 months. Well, it's been about 8 months. We had a couple of community meetings. And it's still there. And I think it's really dangerous. The town survey had over 60% of the people wanting it to be put back into its original configuration. Mayor Goddard at the last meeting said she would follow through on what's going on here and how we're going to address it. It's still not on the agenda. I would like to see it on next month's agenda. And I would like to see it put back the way that it was because it feels really dangerous. Minor escapes from head-ons. It's stressful every day I drive down that road. So thank you for hearing me.
Okay. Thank you, Deborah. Appreciate it. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is call-in user 6, followed by Joe McGarry and Angie Bodoni. So the caller, are you speaking?
Hello?
Yes, we hear you.
Oh, good. I'm so sorry. I walked away for a moment. Bad timing. I apologize. Hi, this is Jess Lerner, Canyon Road. And I just wanted to say, first of all, let me check and see if I can see the clock so I don't see where it's at. Is that, my screen is not at the same timing as whatever you've got there. It's behind, so
I can let you know, Jess.
Great, okay, thanks.
Okay.
So I am really glad to see that there are efforts towards addressing racism through the proposed resolution tonight and creating those committees. And I'm looking forward to being part of that process in any way I can. And so you're all aware of how people have been out chalking in the center of town, the chalk, to send a clear message that Black Lives Matter. And I'm hopeful that all of you support that effort at peaceful protest and that effort towards shifting centuries-old status quo of embedded systemic racism. But meanwhile, as you also know, nearly every night or day, someone comes along and washes off the words with a power washer. And apparently, according to several people, I've heard you all know who the specific individual is. I heard another story tonight, and there's various different people at different times, but that this person has been caught on video spraying other people, has a history of arrests, but so far there have been no consequences for him that I know of. I don't know the whole story, but I'm wondering why that is, and hope you can let us know if the Fairfax Police have a plan, or if you guys have a plan as to how to deal with this interruption of peaceful and critical messaging and freedom of speech. Meanwhile, however, I have a suggestion that would potentially resolve this issue in the longer term. So if there were a collaboration between the town and the community at large and a more permanent message that was on the parkade walls, either a mural or creatively envisioned messaging, this would be an extremely important statement for Fairfax, with a majority white population, along with most of Marin, creating something for the center of town that says Black Lives Matter or something similar, would emphasize where we stand as a community and encourage more action and follow through on our intentions to make real change. And it would also express zero tolerance for racism in our community. So I know a project like this, Renee has told me, has to go through a process with the council and various committees, and would speak with other community members, of course, who are artists and activists in order to submit such a proposal going forward. But I wanted to bring this idea up first with you to invite your support and give an opportunity for the council to respond to this idea. And rather than folks repeatedly bringing family and friends to re-chalk the walls every day, and then the walls get sprayed off, and then somebody else is yelling at them or spraying them, and then somebody else comes back to chalk it again, and everyone gets really upset and angry, why not set a precedent and make the statement all together as a town and a community in a permanent way? And this is different from the signs that people put in windows, like the all are welcome here, which is great for merchants, but this would instead be a town statement that merges with community effort on public space, something that's not ephemeral, but a permanent way of saying where we stand on racism. And right now it's that kind of free-for-all as people express themselves. And this does make people uncomfortable. It is a tense subject, and that's okay. It's time to be clear, outspoken, and step out of the comfort zone. So I hope you will seriously consider supporting an effort like that to create a public statement that affirms that Black Lives Matter, leaves no doubt about where Fairfax stands as a town and as a community on that. And last, as I wrap up, am I out of time?
Real quick, no, you're at 0. So
great. Oh,
go for
what's that? Oh, my last time, one sentence. This is separate. And since I will likely not be on for the later part of the meeting where this issue is addressed, I just want to say that I strongly support and agree with the idea of having 2 town council meetings per month instead of 1. Thank you.
Thank you, Jess. Okay. Next speaker, please.
Okay, the next speaker is Joe McGarry, followed by Angie Bodoni, and after that, Miranda Sway.
Okay. Hi, Joe.
Hi, how are you? Good to be here. I just first want to point out that Measure F, when it was passed, was for municipal services. It wasn't a police service, strictly for police services. It also included public works projects, and what the reason I voted for it was for wildfire prevention and for fire services. So I just want to clarify that framing it as some sort of vote for a bottomless cup of police budget is not what I intended, nor do I think that the people of Fairfax did. Defunding the police is not about the quality of the Fairfax Police Department. It is about the systemic racism inherent in policing and murder of Black people by police across the nation. It is a national effort being driven by Black leadership throughout the country. Defunding the police is not just about decreasing police budgets. It is about reducing the power, scope, and size of police departments, resulting in less presence. 59% of Black people in America have felt less safe in the presence of a police officer. And 38% of Black people have had the police point a gun at them, a family member, or a friend. The second piece of defunding the police is that a large part of the current police scope of work would be handled by a new public safety model where other service providers focus on mental health, addiction, and homelessness, as well as other criminalized groups that are nonviolent. This is not a one-to-one trade where all the money taken away from a police budget would still reside in public safety. This new model would be more efficient, reducing the overall expense of public safety. The reallocation of those funds would then go directly to programs and services that promote long-term safety, security, and equity for Black people and people of color. This third piece is critical as it will be building entirely new community infrastructure that will produce genuine safety and sustainability that would make Fairfax a place where Black people and people of color would come to live and raise families. Our town is 88% white, and if we want to change that and have Fairfax be a safe, secure, and equitable town for Black people and people of color, we need to stop asking Black people and people of color to let go of and dismiss what they have witnessed or been victims to at the hands of this institution of policing throughout their lives. That is exactly what we do every time we say our police department is different. Rather, we need to honor those experiences. We need to do our work and defund our police, reducing their scope and presence in our town so that Black people and people of color can feel true safety and security here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Joe. And the next speaker, please.
Angie Bedoni, followed by Miranda Sway and Rethink Police.
Hi. I was born and raised in Fairfax, and I want to point out in the issue of policing that Fairfax is not an exception. We are not exempt from the issues of policing. It's an issue in small towns, and we are not an exception. Personally, an increased police presence, and including the Fairfax police, do not make me feel safer and do not make people in my community feel safer. As a young person and a queer person, I think that we can't ignore that the police, that while we all want public safety, policing does not accomplish that in meaningful ways in most cases. I agree with the push to defund police and separate many of the services that police now provide to the town, which would include a reallocation of social services. Demonstrably, when people's housing, employment, food, and health needs are met, crime goes down. And when we have 38.6% of our funds going to policing now, the reallocation of that could be substantial, especially in creating affordable housing and employment so that our town is not so overwhelmingly white as it is right now. We live in one of the most segregated counties, and so the point that it makes a lot of white folks feel safe does not point to the efficacy of the police, but rather that it demonstrates the core issue that calls for defunding. I'd also like to point to the Cahoots model in Eugene, Oregon. While it's a larger town, I think that it would be a great model to follow if we look to the nuts and bolts of how to restructure community safety in a way that actually creates safety for the most marginalized members of the community. If we all want public safety, that means the public safety has to be for all of us and not just for people who own land, people who are white, people who already feel safer from armed police addressing a variety of issues that they don't need to address. The origins of policing come from bands of people organized to catch runaway slaves, and those fundamentally racist roots are still an issue. It's still present in Fairfax, and we have to take concrete steps to change that right now. We can't keep waiting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Sorry. Next speaker is Miranda Sway.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. Hi, Miranda.
Hi. So I've lived in Fairfax for 30 years, and it's scary to even come on here and say this, but I have been scared of our police force the entire time I have lived here. I am scared driving down the street when I see them behind me. I have been pulled over and actually scared that they might hurt me, and that has never happened, but I do not feel safe. Even if I did feel safe, the call for us to reimagine what public safety means is an invitation to a town that I love. And nobody is asking the police to go away. Well, some people are. I'm not. I'm asking you to imagine that maybe we don't need them to show up at school dances, show up when our chickens are making too much noise, or when there's somebody who's mentally ill who needs support. Maybe we don't need them when our dogs are barking or when someone throws a can of paint. Maybe there's somebody else that can show up that doesn't terrify people. And to think that we are terrified, please know that in our town, there are people who are scared, and hear them because their voice matters. I want you to know that defunding is not a punishment for bad behavior. It's a recognition and an opportunity that policing is not our only solution. I invite our town to do better. I invite us to be the change. And I invite us to recognize that until everyone feels safe, no one is safe. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Miranda. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Rethink Police, followed by Larry Bragman, followed by Ryland Morgan. Rethink Police, you're on. Hello? They're unmuted. I can see your microphone. Rethink Police.
So we have so many hands that I think we'll move forward and we'll come right back to Rethink Police.
Okay.
We have Larry.
I will, yeah. Okay, Larry.
Okay, I'm here.
All right, go.
Can you hear me?
Yes, hi, Larry.
Okay. Hi, everybody. So I have to jump into this conversation because in addition to sharing the dais with some of you, I've been practicing law in Marin County since 1982. So I've kind of seen both ends of the system. And I would say, based on that experience, I'd say at least 75% of the clients I've represented over the years have pre-existing conditions related to abuse, neglect, or addiction that aren't addressed in our society. So I also want to say that I respect the defund the police nomenclature, but believe it's a bit of a misnomer. My understanding is that the idea really is to create a more just society that doesn't rely on police to enforce its order. But until we get to that point, and I think we do need these discussions to set our goals and enlarge our imagination and our aspirations, I think as we do that, we're still going to need policing. And I also believe that the Fairfax model is the best model, a local model. I've worked with Chief Moran for over a decade at least, and really, not exaggerating, I've written to him often about cases that the police have cracked here in Fairfax, serious cases, and about less notorious cases where I've seen the police really help vulnerable people in our community get out of very difficult situations. So, you know, I do support the chief, and you know, I think our community's whiteness is really more due to historic segregation and redlining than the actions of the police. But that's not to say I discount, you know, the testimony of people of color who've had very difficult encounters. There are some things, you know, I'd like to put on the table, and maybe the chief can clarify it at some point. The last budget I looked at, we didn't have a designated mental health officer. I mean, that's something we all understand is needed as our society frays, and we're all, locked up in our houses. We need a mental health officer, and I think we need to really recruit on a higher level, not just 8 hours of training. We need somebody that is designated and makes a multi-year commitment. I think we need to increase general training. Beginning officers get 15 weeks of training for a life and death career, 15 weeks.
Larry, yeah. I really hate to interrupt you. Your time is up, but okay. What you're sharing with us is so valuable. I would really strongly request that you send it to us.
Okay. Could I get maybe 60 more seconds? I just have a list of things. Okay.
I really want to hear it.
Renee, it's not a problem. I can put this in an email and send it to you and to staff. So I'll do that. And thanks for the opportunity.
Okay, much appreciated. Thanks, Larry.
Okay.
Next speaker, please.
I can call on Rethink Police again. Are you there? Do you need to turn up your volume? I see that you're unmuted on your end and mine. It's just not working. Okay.
Okay, hang in there and we'll come back again, and let's do the next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Ryland Morgan, and he will be followed by Tuna Fish Salen and Laura T after that. So Ryland, you're on.
Hey guys, how's everybody doing?
Okay, thank you.
Excellent. So I'm gonna preface, I'm doing good, thank you for asking that. I'm gonna preface this by saying I fully support the defund movement. I'm kind of pissed I gotta follow Larry because I feel like he was kind of crushing it right there. Thanks, Larry. So I'd like to address some of the issues that were brought up a little bit earlier in the meeting. So first and foremost, I've never had a positive experience in my life of growing up here with the Fairfax Police Department. I cross the street, when they're on one side, I'll go to the other. When they're driving one way on the street, I'll be sure to go around the other way. It's never been pleasant. It's only been bad. And it's not necessarily their fault all the time. It's, it is their training and what they're told to do and stuff like that. So I'm not blaming specific officers, and I'm not blaming the Fairfax Police Department necessarily. I'm blaming the police body. So first off, I voted for F for firefighters. So period. We live in a forest and I don't want it to burn down. So saying that 80% of us voted for the police is just blatantly not true. By grouping those together, that's the way it happened. There was somebody else that said, nobody's going to step into a mental health situation like a cop will. I just had a girl that I was dating in Santa Rosa get stabbed to death by a schizophrenic. She was a social worker. She had just graduated UC Berkeley. Her name was Sylvia Barcamonte, and she was in the papers and stuff, and it was absolutely horrible. But we don't need armed people to step into mental health situations. There will always be somebody to come in that cares, always. So there's that. I heard a lot of stuff about paying for dogs, paying for cops to come to dogs and chicken calls and all this and that, and I just don't think that's a good use of town money. It's not okay. We in the state of California, we did a law that made drugs go from a felony down to a misdemeanor because we were putting so many people in prison, and when they got out, nobody could get a job and nobody could find houses and stuff because we had so many felons running around here. So the police are the first in the line in creating that problem, right? They're the ones doing the arresting. They're the ones sending people to court. They're the ones putting people in jail, hence prison and all that. And we're seeing a huge backlog of that, so much so we need to actually change laws for it. It's just not working. There's also a huge band of brothers complex going on within the police department. You know, think about George Floyd. Think about all the other people we've seen recently in the news saying, I can't breathe. It's a thing, you know what I mean? And all these people are standing around watching them because they can't second guess the call. Am I out of time?
Ryland, you're out of time, but thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay. Next speaker, please. Can we see if Rethink Police is back, is able to unmute? Are they gone?
They are gone completely.
Okay.
Maybe they're calling back in to see if they can help.
Okay, let's have the next speaker then, please.
The next speaker is Tuna Fish.
Hi, Tuna Fish.
Tuna Fish, you have to unmute yourself, it looks like.
Got it. How's that? Got it?
Good.
Okay. As a non-specific point of consciousness and a plural personality, can I have 5 minutes as a group?
No.
No. Think about this. Not too long ago, most police cars and police departments, seems like they used to say to serve and protect. And a number of years back, the verbiage and the signs all changed to police authority, the Central Police Authority, this police authority, that police authority. And just right there, it became, rather than an equal dialogue and equal footing for people as part of the community, it somehow became something about authority. And I mean, I had a lot of conversations with a lot of police officers in various departments about that. And they all seemed to say that it was all had to do with legislation and all that, and had to do that for funding or something. But I'd like us just to think about that. And also, our police department is local. It's pretty diverse. We're not San Rafael, we're not San Jose, we're not a big city. You can defund, you can change the services and you can change the model, but I don't think you can take that much money away from the Fairfax Police Department and still have a place that you can go into where you have a local dispatch and you can actually have local effect and local control, and you can have local accountability. If you call Central Marin Authority, Police Authority, which used to have an office in San Anselmo, you can't even go in anywhere. That's, reimagine and imagine. We have local access and local control. Yes, change the model and fund healthcare, fund education, fund social services. You want to welcome minorities, you want to welcome Black people, you want to welcome other people. Changing the police force in Fairfax isn't going to do much of anything until how do we reduce the price of housing? The police department in Fairfax, which is diverse, is not our cause of lack of diversity here. And in terms of being afraid of the police or whatever, go up and talk to them. They're still human, they're people. Challenge them, get to know them. And I'll say that again. Go up and talk to the police and get to know them. It's like we have to break down the wall between them too, because if we don't want police authority, we have to hold everybody accountable. And there is no us and them. If we're not talking to them and we're putting them as somehow separate, then that's not good. It's not authority. It's an equal footing. Anyway, there's a lot to chew on. And have a good evening, folks. Thank you.
Wow, right on the dot. Thank you so much, Sierra. Next speaker, please.
Next is Laura T., followed by Hive Marin and Jennifer Lauder.
Okay.
Hi, Council. Thank you. I just wanted to say, as we're having this second round of conversation this week about the police, and hearing people on the call talk about feeling really safe in the community. And I just really wanted to have a question of those callers and ask if those people are white. And because I have a feeling that they are. And I feel like they feel comfortable because the police are serving them and their community. And when I hear the language that they're here to protect our community, I really hear that as like a coded languaging around protecting whiteness in particular. And I grew up here. I'm a second, third generation Fairfax person. And I think that, this person said the personal is political. I think really, yeah, it's a problem of privilege here, and people really needing to look at that. Why do you feel like you need to have police in general to police things for you, and dismantling that notion within ourselves in general. So yes to a new public safety model. And I think there needs to be more public input. Just looking at the police budget and where the money goes, I saw something over $10,000 going to an online training, and I wonder what kind of training they're being given. $4 million, over $4 million for our town's police is excessive. And I think that really needs to be, that money needs to be going back towards the people of the community, but not only the people of the community, but making this community more safe for people of color. My husband is a person of color, and he doesn't feel safe driving often. He's been harassed by, it was the sheriff, but he's been, and that's probably because someone called, they called the cops on him, and he was just walking home, and he was harassed on the street. And it's just not, throughout my life, I've heard my parents saying that their colleagues who are people of color don't feel safe coming to our town. So when we say that we feel safe, who is it that feels safe? And I really implore people who are calling, who are saying that, to really look at their privilege and figure out what makes you feel safe about the police, and why do you feel safe calling the cops your neighbors because of their dog or their hot tub, or that is just immense privilege. And I would better allocate those funds towards affordable housing, towards more business opportunities for people of color.
Laura, could you please finish up? Your time is up. So
yeah, I just say that I think the police is an arm of neoliberalism, and it's a system that needs to be dismantled. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Jennifer Lauder, followed by Ziana Griffin and Brian Poindexter after that. Jennifer?
Hello.
Hello.
Hi there. So I am a white woman here in Fairfax, and I've always felt safe with the police here. We've just recently had a pretty high profile incident within our family where the police have acted, in our opinion of our family, they've acted great. They were following up, they were kind, they were sympathetic. I got calls back from the chief almost every day. Do I think that people need to call the police and police need to respond when their neighbor's dog is barking? No, I think that's ridiculous. So if there's some small way to rearrange some of that stuff, I think that would be great. I don't know that the police really want to respond to a barking dog or to that my neighbor has a rooster kind of calls. Also, I really don't think changing our police force is going to bring more people of color to live here. Unfortunately, it's our housing costs, and we need more affordable housing within this community to diversify this community. But I just wanted to give my support to our police force, and I'm really sorry that people don't feel safe with them. I don't personally understand it, but that's it for now, and thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you very much, Jennifer. Next speaker, please.
That's Ziana Griffin, and after that's Brian Poindexter.
Hi, Ziana.
Hi, it's Ziana Griffin.
Ziana.
I'm Drake. I live here in Fairfax. So It seems apparent to me that most people can agree that many police departments in our country need to be defunded, if not dismantled. It is also important to note that in saying all cops are bastards, the acronym ACOB that you may have heard refers to the racist system which all police departments in our country are built upon. Although the individual merit of Fairfax police may be good, that does not excuse the system at large that is racist and has been built that way from the beginning. If you're a member of this community that loves and supports the police, I invite you to consider why that is. As a woman of color, I have had many incidents where I don't feel safe, and I know that I'm not alone, as I've talked to many other people who have been in similar positions. Furthermore, if you are eager to keep the police intact as is, I would like to ask, is it just for your personal safety, or are you considering the property, the protection of your house, car, and other material items? Items and property that I would like to note are not easily accessible to many people of color in our community due to the systemic racism and housing discrimination and other segregation measures in our town that has allowed it to stay predominantly white. If you feel that your property is being threatened, consider how Black and brown people's bodies are being threatened. Thank you.
Thank you, Ziana. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Brian Poindexter.
Thank you, Town Council, for being here and hosting these conversations. And I also want to thank those who have spoken in support of the police. I respectfully disagree with them in many of the comments that were made, but it does remind me of the power of local democracy, and I feel honored to be a part of it. With that in mind, I would like to say that we do not just exist in a local context, and it's a cute notion that we can float on this Fairfax island of ours, but we actually exist in a much broader context, in fact, several layers of them, at a county, a state, and a national level. We are connected to Minneapolis, where George Floyd was murdered by police, and to Louisville, where Breonna Taylor was just murdered by police, and to a long line of Black, Indigenous, and people of color who have been victimized by their police. Just as we are connected to the kids that will ultimately hand the baton off to. So I would like to say our responsibility extends past this Fairfax community and respond specifically to those that are saying that we want people who are looking out for our community. I respectfully disagree. We want people who are looking out for our community and are looking out for those that are voiceless in this discussion right now. For instance, the people of color who pass through this town on a regular basis, the people of color who have historically been segregated from living here, and those that simply do not have a voice because of a long history of disenfranchisement, whether it comes to local politics or the voting polls. So those are the voices that I think that we unfortunately don't have the privilege of being represented in our local process, and that I hope that I speak for when I say that the presence of armed officers or the history of violence towards Black, Indigenous, and people of colored bodies make them feel less safe. And so I plea for those that are supporting the police and understand how they feel more safe as a result of more presence on the streets, that they feel more safe when the police can respond to fallen trees, that they feel more safe when police can check out quote unquote sketchy looking individuals, but that the people that are actually victimized by police feel less safe as a direct result of that action. So it's a plea to hopefully get us to step beyond ourselves and our narrow set of interests that we can sometimes bring to the table when we're considering local issues. I want to add that defunding our police is a way of starving an institution with an embedded racist history. Just as we don't exist in a purely local context, neither do police. You can just look at the symbolic uniformity of police, the fact that they wear very similar clothing, have similar badges, just so they have a national culture. That national culture has been responsive for things like stop and frisk. It's been responsible for things like broken windows policing, and it is perpetually maintaining a culture where the blue shield of silence continues to protect the quote unquote bad officers, even though quote unquote the police have good officers abounding. If that was true.
I'm so sorry to interrupt you, but your time is up, and I know there's growing numbers of people wanting to speak.
Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker starts with a telephone caller ending in a telephone number ending in 937, followed by call-in user 7, followed by Miriam Hamza. So,
hello, I am Rebecca Ledine. I am the caller under a number. And I want to appreciate you for hosting this conversation and share some of my thoughts. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. I feel proud to live in a progressive community like Fairfax. It is progressive, but it is certainly not diverse. I understand that many of our largely white middle-class community feel safe with our police department as it is. This, however, does very little to acknowledge the well-documented realities of many people of color. It does little to make our community a space that welcomes and offers experienced safety to people of color. Keeping Fairfax a safe and welcoming community for people who feel protected by the police keeps us as the insulated and self-serving, largely white community that we are. It keeps us as a community which largely serves the agenda of white middle-class and upper-class citizens. I hope we can be leaders in the movement to see the truth about internalized racism embedded in white dominant communities all over our country. I hope we can have meaningful conversations about allocating funding to public protectors who are not police. Again, public protectors who are not police and who do not carry guns. Public protectors who instead offer mental health support, conflict resolution services, and safety promoting services that don't require any use of force or intimidation. In my opinion, we don't need to defund our police department. We need to allocate our Fairfax department funds so that other professionals can protect and serve alongside the police within the police department and respond to calls that don't require the specialized and narrow training that police officers have. Measure F, in my opinion, was a fire funding measure, not a police funding measure. I don't think it precludes reallocating our police department funds. And I think we are in a unique position as a small town that has a police department dedicated to our safety to really set a precedent, to really take action on this national issue, beginning as we always do or often do in Fairfax, which is locally. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is call-in user number 7, followed by Miriam Hamza.
Hello?
Hello?
Yep, we hear you.
Oh, good. Hi there. Is this just about the police right now?
No, it is not. This is actually public open time, so it's for anything that's not on the agenda.
Okay, great. I will say a little bit about the police. I would really love it if the department was a peace, if they were peace officers. The whole control thing can really go wrong. And so I'm more interested in people helping, situations to, support peace and harmony between people. And I'm white, and I don't necessarily feel safe with the police because of the whole control aspect. And, if they're having a bad day or whatever, they have their bias, or sometimes they're crazy, quite frankly. I don't want to be subject to that. I like the equal footing. I like there to be, it's like some monitoring there. It's like they're not just like automatically right because they're the police and they get their weight because they're police. I would like some checks and balances and for things to be worked out, not, you know, somebody disregarded and the other one gets their way kind of thing, which is a control method versus peace and harmony. I thought that they have an oath to uphold the Constitution and civil liberties, and have felt very disappointed lately that they're not doing that. I don't feel supported in my basic need and right to breathe and to speak and be heard and to hear others. You know, I see videos and people wear masks, and I don't know what they're saying. It's important that I know what they're saying. I want to be heard too, and I want to breathe. And I'm feeling controlled right now, rather than cared about by the police. And of course, that doesn't feel good at all. You know, it's not a one size fits all you know, so I just want equal grounding, you know, so we can talk about things and work them out in ways that work for everybody. I'm very concerned about these orders that are in place. Again, they're orders, this control stuff. When public health officials put out an order, there is supposed to be sufficient data and science to back them up. They can't just, you know, it's fraud to just put out orders that don't have the necessary data and science to back them up.
Caller, I'm sorry to cut you off, but your time is up and you have been heard. So I want to thank you for calling in.
Okay, I would have appreciated a little warning so that I could have wrapped up. And I also want to say that I have emailed in and asked for a response, you know, a very civil, you know, email to everybody on the town council. I haven't got a response back yet, so I don't feel very heard, you know, comfortable going, okay, I'll just shut up now and then, you know, email you again and not get a response. Okay. So I'm very concerned about that.
Please put that in another email. I know who's calling, and I will respond to you.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Take good care.
Okay. You too. Bye.
Bye-bye. Next caller, please.
The next caller is Miriam Hamza, followed by Naomi Schultz, and then Shar.
Okay.
So.
Okay. Hi. So, this is really just maybe a little technical point in the conversations on Facebook, which are getting very heated. One person, and I will not have the accurate figures here. I just not good at that, but they made a comment about Fairfax being, I believe, 7% minority, and that 50% of the arrests are of people of color. So I was just thinking it might be good if it's possible to break down how many people arrested are Fairfax residents, because a lot of the crime committed here is not from local people. So it's just the way of supporting the department is not looking biased. If it's true that these people who are being arrested are not from Fairfax and not from Marin. So if there's any way to break that down or are able to break it down, that's something to consider. That's it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Miriam. Next speaker, please.
Next is Naomi Schultz, followed by Shar, and then Emma Lauder.
Hi, Naomi.
Hi, can you hear me okay now?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, my colleague at Rethink Police was having trouble logging or getting heard last time, so I'm going to go ahead and speak on behalf of Rethink Police. So I just want to thank all of you for being here and listening to the whole community. It's really meaningful, and it's great to hear such a diversity of voices with lots of different opinions and really valuable thoughts, and I really appreciate that. I want to make a couple points in this portion, especially about just sort of in response to those who are speaking about the perceived excellence of our police here in Fairfax, and also those who are suggesting that Measure F was specifically a referendum on the police. I think that's disingenuous because it really was about municipal services in general, including firefighting and public works, and that's why I voted for it. So it's really, it's great to hear that so many people in town are happy with our police services, and I know that many people in Marin who have also had experiences with the sheriff and with other departments speak very highly of Chief Morin's relative transparency and other admirable qualities of our police department here. So that's awesome. But I just want to take a few moments to reflect on a couple things. First and foremost, it's super important to remember that these conversations around racial justice, policing, and public safety budgets are not intended to be personal. Wanting to dialogue about the institution of policing and how that impacts our local community and interfaces with Fairfax's lack of diversity and equity is not a personal attack on Chief Morin or on other Fairfax officers. We could have the best police department in the entire country, and still a deep examination of current practices and budgets would very much be warranted at this time. This important national conversation doesn't just stop when we drive over the Golden Gate Bridge. Fairfax isn't immune to this. We're part of this country too. And it's just not responsible to shield our police department and budgets from critique and deep examination when Black leadership all over this country are calling for those examinations, and when data indicates that 68% of Black Americans feel that police in general are biased against people of color. So again, these are the things that we need to look at. Is it in accordance with our values as a town to spend almost 40% of our budget on police? And in a town with minimal violent crime per year, does it make sense for every call for help to be answered by an officer who's armed? Are there better, more effective ways that people might get the help that they need? Via mental health experts, substance abuse services, domestic dispute specialists. As a town, how can we help corral some of these resources to enable them to be as accessible as police are? How can we ensure that everyone feels safe? I think it's also really important to look at our police manual use of force policy. And though it's been suggested that use of force policy requires recommended progressive reforms, in my reading of it, it does not require those reforms. It recommends them. It recommends that, these different holds are not used. It does not require them. Also, according to traffic logs, people of color tend to be pulled over disproportionately here in Fairfax. Why is that? We need to know. We need to look into that. We need to understand that better. And I think it's just really important for the residents of Fairfax to reflect on the question, just because you feel safe, does that mean that everyone feels safe? It's just really critical for all cities and towns to be deeply examining their policies and policing budgets at this time. That means Fairfax too. It's not personal, it's just the right thing to do. I also just want to quickly mention that although Chief Morin may be beloved by many Fairfax citizens, and I personally have had no negative interactions with him, I really don't appreciate the fact that in the Marin IJ last week, he placed blame for an uptick in crime on activists. That felt like a bizarre, uncalled for, and politically motivated statement, and I would appreciate it if he would refrain from making such unfounded statements in the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Naomi. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is, is Shar, followed by Emma Lauder, and then Hive Marin. Shar?
Yes, it's me. Hi, it's Charlotte Fuller.
Hi.
I'm so impressed to be here and hear all these views and see you taking the time. Thank you, Council. I have a few things to say. Number one, in terms of harm reduction and policing, I hope that our officers don't use extended prone position, hold downs on anybody they arrest. Good. I see John shaking his head. I just hope it's on the books, and like in light of all that we've seen, that it's really clear. Once somebody's handcuffed, if they're arrested, they're set upright, not held prone. Okay, that's done. There's been some really good points. I just want to underline. I thought Larry made a good point that our lack of diversity is really probably not caused by our police force. I think they're getting a hard end of the stick here. They're the most visible examples of our basic prison system, or the complex, what's going on in the world. But they are not. They don't make the laws. They are beholden to follow them. So there's that. At the same time, I love the some of the things that were just said by Naomi. I think we can understand we're connected with the nation as a whole at this time, and do some things that are proactive. I certainly don't have all the answers, but somebody had mentioned having permanent paintings going in the center of town. I had just thought it would be nice to maybe proactively invite some of the artists in Marin City to come and work with us and do something on the ball field mural that really hasn't had much done on it in years. It could be educational, it could be diverse. Maybe the police could come out and grill hot dogs after. I don't know, for the unveiling. But rather than just spouting over and over problems or language that, whatever, it's getting a little bit crazy in the world. And I think we need to keep our logic intact and our imagination. And it is important the police know it's not personal, because sometimes their effectiveness goes down when they are being investigated or belittled, right? It's natural. It's so some of the things where they may not have responded. I see them out.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. All righty. Next speaker, please.
All right, next speaker is Emma Lauder, followed by Hive Marin.
Mute.
Hi, Emma.
Hello. Hi. I just wanted to preface this statement by saying that I have only ever had positive experiences with the Fairfax Police, as well as our other local law enforcement agencies that operate in Fairfax, including, the open space areas. But I understand that by saying that comes with a great deal of privilege, because I'm not a person of color. And it's been brought up multiple times this evening that Fairfax is not in its own little bubble. And I think we all understand that. And I think that we do have a responsibility as a town to react to what's going on in the current social climate. And I think that there are positive ways that we can do that. However, I do not believe that defunding the police, if that's the word people are using now, or maybe taking away resources for them, is the way to do so. I think that there's a lot of tension between citizens and the police right now. And I think that the best way we can do that as a town is to start building positive relationships. As a child, I was absolutely horrified of law enforcement. If my parents got pulled over, I would break into tears. And it was when I started actually interacting with the law enforcement community that I realized that I had nothing to be afraid of. And I understand there's a lot of privilege there with me saying that. But I think that, the next steps that we can do as a town is to start building these positive relationships. And perhaps that comes from offering more specialized training to officers through, whether that's in the realm of mental health or domestic violence. But I think a lot of people are saying, oh, well, police officers don't have enough training. the state comes up with that. You know, there's a state board that says you must meet these requirements. That's not a Fairfax issue, but we can improve on that, right? I think this town has a responsibility to set a positive example. I think we've done that in other ways, such as, you know, the climate change movement. And I think we can do the same thing here when it comes to our use of police. And I think that perhaps this is a great conversation to have, but I think that what we need to do is start forming the relationships and improving and not knocking down our police department. Because we are a small department, we're a small town. We're gonna get small town calls. And sometimes those are barking dogs and sometimes it's mail theft. And I think that there are ways we can improve. And I think that there are peaceful and calm ways to do that that hopefully everyone can be happy with. So thank you.
Emma, thank you so much, and for reminding us about positive relationships. Much appreciated. Next speaker, please.
Next is Hive Marin, followed by Chance Cutrano, and then Elizabeth P.
So, my name is actually Kim Kuzmic. Yeah, I agree with so many different speakers that have spoken before. I'm not really going to be reinventing the wheel here. I want to just reiterate, though, that this is not about judging the police, punishing the police, a referendum on them. It's really about it's about allocating funds for all the services that the police have. Basically, they've been given 25 jobs. I used to be a teacher, and I had 25 jobs along with teaching, you know, being a nurse, being a snack distributor, right? The police are not supposed to be answering chicken calls, right? It's just not a good use of their time. We have an opportunity as a small town that has been on the cultural cutting edge for 60 years. We have the opportunity to think, to really rethink, how do we meet the needs of the people that live here? So many of the calls that come in have to do with neighborly disputes, you know, domestic disputes. These are not violent situations. These are things that we could have, you know, we could be very creative and have a restorative justice team, conflict mediators, health educator, you know, like mental health professionals. So I'm, you know, as I said, I'm just repeating what other people have said, but I love Fairfax in that we have been doing things creatively, thinking outside the box for so long. And it makes me really happy. It gives me heart that, that so many people here care about the Black Lives Matter movement and are supportive of racial justice. Having lived in Oakland for 20 years before I came here, it makes me proud to be a Fairfax person, to see so much support. And I feel that we can really show our support by creating institutions that reallocate some of the money that is currently given to the police, and make sure that the needs of our community are really being met in nonviolent ways.
Thank you very much, Kim. Appreciate it. Next speaker, please.
Next is Chance Cutrano.
Hi, good evening, Council. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. I'm speaking on behalf of Reimagine Public Safety this evening. You know, I could share all kinds of anecdotes from friends and coworkers and colleagues that don't feel comfortable coming to visit me in Fairfax, or don't feel comfortable coming to grab a beer in Fairfax. And, you know, I fully hear the privilege and the different experiences people are having with the police, you know, getting a call for your chickens versus, you know, getting a call because someone, you know, suspected you of something because of the color of your skin. It's also hard to hear that some of the folks on this call are fearful, and I hear you, and I think everybody hears you. And all that said, I think there are some really interesting statistics that we can look at. And, you know, the chief has been really great about communicating with some of us about these things. But, you know, for instance, to the last speaker's point about 25 jobs, you know, over the 21,000 incidents in Fairfax last year, you know, only 0.67% were federally reportable crimes. Of that, even smaller amount, only 0.22% of federally reportable crimes were violent crimes, and only 0.04% of all the crime in Fairfax, all the incidents, it was, you know, required the police to display their weapon. And thankfully they are well trained and they did not discharge those weapons. But it does make you think, if 99.96% of incidents aren't dangerous, you know, maybe there are other people that can do some of, or the majority of, the other jobs and answer the other calls that our community needs answered. You know, I just heard this evening that there's going to be a TED Talk with a great speaker about what it means to reimagine public safety. And I couldn't be more excited for that. And I think it's representative of something that's happening nationally, but it's something that's happening in our community as well. And I know these conversations are difficult and they're uncomfortable, and I understand that fully. And it's because we don't have a clear vision of what the world is going to look like on the other side of any of the numerous crises we are in. But I truly believe that we're stronger and our town is stronger if we lean into this. And I thank the council members who attended the Reimagine rally on Sunday. And I understand that there are others in our community that are sounding alarms and trying to get residents to oppose these discussions and come out in support of police. But I really hope that, you know, while appreciating and holding space for all of the myriad views we have in this community, a community I love, I also want to encourage folks to bring these thoughts and experiences to the upcoming listening sessions. And instead of rising up immediately to stifle discussions, I just hope that the residents come ready to listen, you know, like to understand, to try to understand, come ready to explore together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chance. Next speaker, please.
Next is Elizabeth P., followed by Julia, and then Natasha.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for
Elizabeth.
Bear with me, my notes are a little scratchy. I feel like we're having this national conversation is revealing the identity crisis of our town. We are aspirationally green, and yet we have the worst car situation I can imagine. We talk about inclusion and diversity, and yet we had a hate crime happen in our town to a trans youth. We talk about community, love thy neighbor, yet call the police to perform the uncomfortable conversations we refuse to have about animal noise. Who are we? Why are we so affronted by the idea of examining our limitations? We need to invest in conversations, in community building, not using our police force to push our discomforts into the legal system. Yes, we have nice people who serve the police department, although we need to acknowledge that police departments are the modern version of slave patrols. The problems we are confronting nationwide are due to a system built on control and ownership. We need to reimagine what the roles of our public servants provide and what we value. Two sources that might be of interest are a new book called The Rise of the Warrior Cop, about the history of unchecked problems with police departments. And the other one with regards to housing, there's a movie called Rebels with a Cause, which breaks down the historic relationship between living space and open space. And we have a lot of open space in Marin, and that's a big part of our problem with housing. Thanks. I cede my time to somebody else.
Okay, thank you very much, Elizabeth. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Julia, followed by Natasha, and then Megan Rachel McCullough.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes. Hi, Julia.
This is Julia Ledyard, and I've lived here for 20 years. And I would like to use some of my time to just read a little story. As the sun began to rise on a sweltering summer morning in Las Vegas last year, a police officer spotted Byron Williams bicycling along a road west of downtown. The bike did not have a light on it, so officers flipped on their sirens and shouted for him to stop. Mr. Williams fled through a vacant lot and over a wall before complying with orders to drop face down in the dirt, where officers used their hands and knees to pin him down. "I can't breathe," he gasped. He repeated it 17 times before he later lapsed into unconsciousness and died. In 70 deaths in police custody, the same 3 gasped words. So I invite our community to please look beyond their white privilege, their white experiences, their white supremacy, and look at this as a national issue. And please, I understand that, and I've had great experiences here with police. I'm white. We are 88% white. I've heard amazing things about Chief Morin, but we need to defund police and rethink public safety. And I know Chief Morin is great. Why not ask him to help us rethink public safety? What could that look like? And that's all I have to say. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you very much, Julia. Next speaker, please.
Next is Natasha. You're up.
Hello, everyone.
Hi, Natasha.
Hi. Thank you for this time to speak. I understand that there may be people on this call, stakeholders, friends, family, that want to show their support, and I understand that. The quality of our police is not what's in question at all. There is a national movement across the country to reimagine, defund, whatever you want to call it, public safety. The real needs of our town need to be addressed. As someone mentioned, in the 5 years that they lived here, they've only called the police only 4 times. Looking at other public safety alternatives to better facilitate the town is what is needed to better use the town's funds. It's time to engage as a community and learn from one another, learn from other cities and other counties that have implemented reform, to understand everyone's needs in this community, everyone's needs. I suggest that residents learn more about other cities and counties all over the country that are part of this movement. No matter what you call it, defund, reimagine, rethink, they're all part of the same movement. San Francisco, Oakland, LA, Minneapolis, Elkhart, Greensville, Eugene, Oregon, et cetera, et cetera. They are all part of this movement and they are all reimagining police. Thank you for this time and have a nice night.
Thank you very much, Natasha. Last speaker, I believe. I saw more.
Actually, we have 2 more speakers. One is, the next speaker is Megan Rachel McCullough, followed by Simone, and then H.H. Franks.
Okay, can I'm just going to make a request, and that is that if you don't need your full 3 minutes and you can make it 2, that would be awesome. If you've prepared 3, please go forward. We have an exceedingly long agenda tonight, and so I just wanted to put that out there, should anyone care to shorten it up. Thank you very much. Okay, next is Megan.
Oh.
Hi, everyone. I want to thank you so much, everyone on the council, for listening to all of this. And so I will make my statement brief. I am here as a supporter of the Defund the Police agenda. And similarly, I'd like to reiterate that we are not pointing the finger at any individual police officers in this town. At least I am not personally. And also just, basically step through how I see this to be a bigger systemic issue. And I really hope that anyone who is grappling with the terminology of defund or trying to understand the movement as a whole is able to really step back and look at the issue that is our country and our government focusing our systems on furthering punishment and criminalization rather than looking at the underlying issues and figuring out how we can address them. And for anyone who really can't get behind that, I urge you to look at how you address these things in your own home, how you address them with your children or your friends. You know, if someone is displaying behavior that is considered negative, do you punish them and then stop it there, you know? And can you look at this picture and sort of compare it to that and say, like, you know, I would look at my child and ask them what's wrong and, you know, offer them the support. So yeah, I just urge people to really look at the progress and like the bigger movement that this country is going through right now, and know that our future of public safety is going to be alternative to policing, you know, and Fairfax is not alone. It is not standalone. And I think we should really align ourselves with that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Megan. Next speaker, please.
Next is Simone, followed by H.H. Franks.
Okay.
Hi, council members. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. I just wanted to echo what many people have been saying, that as a small town, Fairfax definitely really has the opportunity to reimagine our public safety and to divest from our police department and reallocate those funds into things that serve our entire community, which, as a number of people have gone over the statistics, really is definitely a very immediate need. Especially in a county as well that has had and continues to have such a problem with inequality in our community, and Fairfax is definitely not an exception to those issues or from our nationwide issues with this as well. Thank you for your time.
Okay, Simone, thank you very much. I see H.H. Franks.
H.H. Franks, you're up.
Hi, Council. Thank you for taking the time to listen today. I want to invite us all to just imagine a beautiful, diverse Fairfax with young Black children running through Bolinas Park and a small business downtown, maybe owned by Latinx family, affordable housing units just outside in the hills, the sun shining. But now I want us to think about if you were one of those people of color in this new, beautiful, diverse Fairfax that we're working towards building, would you feel safe here? Would the police feel good to you? Would you feel comfortable if you were around armed officers consistently? Would you feel like you were targeted? So as we work to build towards this beautiful, diverse place, I agree that affordable housing is an issue. And with those folks who have raised that on this call, that maybe the defunding the police won't actually bring more diversity to Fairfax. I think if we actually think that affordable housing is the answer, then we need to think about what that will look like when that affordable housing is built and when Fairfax is a diverse, beautiful community. Over the last 7 years, the budget for the police department has grown from 2.6 to 2.8 between 2010 and 2015, and jumped all the way up to almost 3.7 million in the proposed budget in 2015. And it continues to drive up the costs in the community. We're needing to pay more to live here. And as a result, everyone is priced out or can't afford to live here if they don't have any sort of access to the type of incomes that most of Fairfax socioeconomically can afford. So I ask those that are arguing for affordable housing to think about not just that as a solution, but when we do reach that, we will be confronted with the same issue that those people of color, those people on the lower socioeconomic level of society will still not feel safe and will still not feel heard. And we need to find a way to solve that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I would like to thank all of the commenters. This was quite an enlightening and powerful open time. Council, with your...
Excuse me, Madam Mayor, there's one more speaker.
Oh, okay. One more.
Actually, yes.
Two more. Oh.
Well, one more.
Okay.
And that's Mark Bell.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, Mark Bell, a Fairfax resident for decades. First off, I'm looking forward to the time when Mallory calls in to thank the town for having taken care of the escape routes, because to me it seems way more than a year that she's been asking to have something done. And I know that the route that she's talking about isn't particularly long. As far as the police go, I think a lot of things have been said on both sides. I think a couple points that were not brought up that should be brought up is, number one, there was a request that was pulled from the table several months ago about supplying the police with tasers. I believe that there was enough reaction behind the scenes that request was pulled. Valerie, I believe it was, raised the question of what exactly does the police have in their arsenal? Do they have supposedly non-lethal rounds, which we've seen ill-used, causing major damage to people, permanent damage? Do they have that? Do they have tear gas, which has been banned by the Geneva Conventions of War? Do they have pepper gas? What exactly is the arsenal that they have? That question never got answered. And then as far as the other point, just to raise it, I remember that one time someone had too much to drink at a bar, went out to his car in the parking lot and went to sleep. And because spending the night in your car in Fairfax is against the law, he was woken up and they wanted to arrest him and take him to, I guess, the county jail, at which point he got violent, which kind of makes sense if you're kind of drunk and somebody wakes you up out of a drunken stupor. I mean, couldn't they have just given him a ticket for $100 as a first offense? I think there are other ways that we can look at reimagining the role of police, and as the lady mentioned before, have them be peace officers when they can be peace officers. And I think that more training in that respect would be good. And I think if we're looking at, reallocating funds, how many different types of sirens do the police need? How many, weapons do they need to carry, et cetera? And I think these things can be taken into consideration, and that's it.
All right, thank you, Mark. I see Mimi Newton, but she's already spoken. Do you want to unmute? Maybe it's...
I didn't think we unmuted people twice, but okay.
Oh, but just want to see if it's...
Whoops, she's gone.
Oh, okay, I
Maybe it was a mistake.
scared her away. All right, so again, thank you all so much. And now it is 9:25, and I would like to ask my fellow council members, are you okay with a 4-minute break so that we can digest this a little bit, and then we'll come back and start on to the consent calendar?
Great, okay? Yes.
Okay, so let's do 9:26. Okay, that's 6 minutes. Oh, no, that's 3 minutes. Sorry. 9:28. We'll get 5 minutes, okay? 5 minutes, we'll see you back. So welcome back. We're going to move on to the consent calendar. And I would like to ask if any council members have anything on consent that they'd like to make any quick comment on, or that they would like to pull. Barbara?
Just, I think I mentioned this before, and I think item 5, we should pull and move it after item 15 because of the last piece of it kind of presumes the ending of that.
Yes.
So I think we should, if that's okay.
Absolutely. I should have started with that. That was my proposal, would be that we pull 5, which is the resolution, and take that up immediately after item 15, which is the discussion of the racial equity and inclusion committee.
Great. And I can make a motion when we're ready.
Now, I have a couple of comments and things to pull.
Please.
So I had some feedback on the minutes. So could we just push that out till next time, please? Because they haven't been, I think they're still being researched or something. Garrett and Michael are aware.
Okay.
And then, can I keep going?
Yes.
So my comment on number 8 is we have a local service, as you know, the town flyer, and they, to my knowledge, use, first of all, I think it's a great idea. Barbara, I think this is your idea, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
But the town flyer uses a flat fee, so I don't know if we need to talk about this a little bit, but I don't want to hurt their business. The other services are exorbitant and I think are like 30 to 40%. But I want to be sensitive to the town flyer.
Okay, no, I understand. Yeah, this came from Judy Arnold at the county, and she's taken it out to all the cities, and Barbara brought it to us. Is there, Garrett, is there a way to create an exception in this for a local third-party delivery program? You know, actually, we will need to pull this if we're going to have this discussion. I'm afraid we may not get to it. So do you want to see if we can handle that quickly? Can we protect one, which is our local carrier?
I guess the only answer I have to that is there a section that says third-party food delivery, no fewer than 20 separate. So if they serve less than 20 businesses, then this wouldn't apply to them.
Okay, and that's the case at this point. I don't believe they're serving more than 20 businesses.
I don't think so either. So you're saying they're exempt?
Right. The
okay, great.
Is, yeah, it's
okay.
No fewer than 20.
Thank you.
Great. Thanks for bringing that up, Stephanie. Anything else on consent?
Can I just mention one thing? Not pulling anything, but I would like to thank Mike Ardito and Ruth Horn for being willing to continue to serve. Ruth was one of the founding members. And so thank you to them. Just one question for Stephanie. You mentioned moving the minutes, which I think is fine, but you mentioned Mike and Garrett are aware of that. So is it the minutes or is it something with the financial disbursement reports?
Oh, no, it's just a comment or question about how a response to a question that I had was.
So that is the minutes. That's fine. I just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then just on number 10, I just wanted to thank you, Barbara, for that one.
Yeah, you know, I just thought to myself, why can Virginia do this and we can't? You know, it seems like our governor did a proclamation, but why not? And the governor can't do it alone. It has to be with the legislature. So I'm excited that hopefully he'll be open to it.
Yeah.
Okay, anyone else? John or Bruce, anything on consent?
I would just support number 10.
Okay. Then I would like to actually go out to the public at this point on consent before we bring it back and take a vote. Are there any members of the public that would like to speak on consent, on any of the items on consent? I see. Is there anyone, Michelle?
I do not see anyone wishing to speak on consent items.
Okay, then let me go ahead and entertain a motion on the consent calendar, please.
I can make the motion. I think I can cover everything everybody wanted.
Okay.
So I would make a motion to approve all with the exception of item 4, which would be continued to the August meeting, and then pull item 5 and move that after item 15 on the agenda, and otherwise approve all of them.
Is there a second?
A second.
Okay.
Okay, so that's a motion Kohler and a second Hellman, and I'll do a roll call. Councilmember Reed,
Aye.
Councilmember Hellman,
Aye.
Councilmember Kohler,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Ackerman,
Aye.
and myself as well, aye. So motion carries and we move past consent. And we're moving to our first public hearing item, which is an appeal of a temporary use permit for outdoor seating for the Lodge Restaurant at 1573 Sir Francis Drake. And how we're going to do this is I'll have Garrett or Ben, one of you will be delivering the staff report, and then what we'll do is have the town council if you have questions of staff, and then we'll open the public hearing and hear from the appellant, and we'll move through that way. So staff report, please.
Yes, hopefully I've got camera and speaker going.
Yep, you do.
Oh, very good. Okay. The temporary use permit issued for the Lodge Restaurant at 1573 Sir Francis Drake is being considered by your council per the recently adopted urgency ordinance. For some quick background, all of the activity in regards to the temporary use permit has arisen out of the coronavirus pandemic and various state and local responses. These responses are intended to ensure that public safety is paramount while allowing for the beginning of the process of economic recovery for our local businesses. And specifically to that the state and the county health officer have issued stay-at-home orders, which were recently modified, what they call a stage 2 modification. This allowed lower risk businesses to reopen in compliance with public health guidelines. The town council on June 3rd recognized the urgent nature of local businesses and the stress that they've been put under by the various stay-at-home and business closures. They passed urgency ordinance number 848, which explained the rationales and findings, and that is attached to the staff report, and it's quite comprehensive. It authorizes outdoor uses via permits for public spaces and temporary use permits for private outdoor spaces. In response, staff received a temporary use permit application for the Lodge Restaurant at 1573 Sir Francis Drake Boulevard on June 5th, 2020. The request was to use the outdoor areas towards the back of the property and the back side of the property for seating and to serve food and alcohol. Staff confirmed that the Alcoholic Beverage Control and the Ross Valley Fire Department had reviewed and okayed the plans and subsequently approved a temporary use permit. Some of the background for that approval is that the lodge was a qualifying business. It complied with reopening protocols and applicable state and local regulations. I would also note that the site still has all of its previously approved parking spaces. A neighbor subsequently filed a timely appeal, In the appeal, the neighbor cited a major increase in noise and privacy reduction at their house. Staff has visited the site more than once and conferred with the applicants. And I think it's important to mention that all those conversations with applicants are good to bring up in the context of this public hearing. Staff continues to believe that the site is in compliance with all applicable statutes and ordinances. I would also note that in staff's opinion, the applicants seem to be very sensitive to the neighbors' concerns. You can see that in the report, the photos that accompany the report, which requests patrons of the business to be considerate of the neighbors. They have also shifted the benches to the far side of the property from the appellant's site. The benches are now up against the car wash. And there's a large screening building between where the majority of the outdoor seating is and the neighbor. Staff recommends that your town council adopt the attached resolution denying the appeal and is happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you very much, Ben. Let's go ahead, council, if you have any questions of staff, and then we can invite the appellant, Mr. Jim Donahue, to address us. So go ahead with questions for staff. Does anyone? No. So seeing no questions, let's go ahead and if Mr. Donahue would like to be seen, Michelle, could you please promote him?
I have unmuted him and he can speak. If Mr. Donahue, would you like to be on camera or?
Off camera, is that okay?
Sure, sure. Yes, we can hear you.
I mean, I did shave today, but sometimes it goes for days. It's fine. So, you know, coronavirus and all that. So just a little bit of background. I filed this appeal because tables were just placed, actually in some cases, only about 100 feet from where our couch is in the back of our house. And one particular day, it was just like a happy birthday celebration. And it was just actually quite honestly depressing to have a day, like our house is literally on top of a daycare, Caterpillar Academy. So we've gone from screaming kids and babies during the day to a pub at night. And that was my biggest fear at the time. And so I had to get ahead of this and file an appeal. In the meantime, my very close friend of mine, Tim Nordell, I talked to him and I said, hey, Tim, what am I going to do? And he says, okay, let's set up a meeting with the Bruckners, which we did. And as a result of that, the Bruckners have been really actually very easy to work with. And they have, on my suggestion, or maybe they were already thinking about that, I wasn't sure, but they have actually moved every table but one towards the car wash area. As a result of that, we can hear people, but it's not so bad, right? It's a tolerable, it's become tolerable, kind of blends in with the Drake traffic. And also I've been in communication with Brian about 1 or 2 remaining tables that are even closer to us. And he has totally agreed to try and move those also over towards the car wash. I'm not pressurizing him on a timeline or anything like that because of COVID. And we're also talking about the idea of a kind of a privacy area, like in other words, like right at our backyard, our little deck that we have on the 2nd story. You can just kind of like see the big swing cycles, kind of like awning, and people sometimes hang there. And Brian has been very gracious, you know, that I think that he just wants to put planter boxes for now, but is totally open to the idea of erecting a fence. I talked to him today about that, or I should say emailed. He has also put up, so I'm trying to summarize this as quick as I can. There's a lot, but it's almost done. He has also put up signage at the early days, there was, I remember one Sunday, there was a touch football game with about 15 kids. Parents had evidently arrived at the pub with dads watching on, facing our house with beers in hand, and that just set me off. It's like, really, is this what our house has to become? And so Brian has very graciously heard what I have to say on that subject, and there's going to be no play area for kids. And there's adequate signage to direct people away from those areas. I'm not sure to where, but it has worked in our favor. And he has also told me today that he has had staff sessions where he's explained to the staff that people are not allowed to hang at the awning waiting for tables. They will be directed over in a different area away from us. And so I have to say, so far, it's been a pleasure working with Brian. And I'm not sure what the official protocol is, but I've gone from protesting or appealing this to basically saying to you guys, well, I think everything is okay. I can work with Brian. And we also have a town meeting, I guess, coming up probably in the next one, where I will talk a little bit more about the permanent extension, which this kind of dovetails into. And so that's really all I have to say at the moment, unless you guys have any questions.
Would anyone from council like to ask any questions? I have a question, but you guys go for it first. Barbara?
I guess I have a question for our town manager, or not. Thank you, Mr. Donahue, for speaking up. Really appreciate that. I have a question for the town manager or the town attorney. What I'm hearing is it doesn't appear that the applicant or the appellant would like us to go forward. Do we need to go through and make a decision on this appeal? How does this, what's the logistics?
If I may.
You're breaking up, Garrett.
Okay, sorry. How about now? I can. It sounds like Mr. Donahue has been working with the lodge and seems satisfied. I would suggest if Mr. Donahue wanted, he could withdraw his appeal request, in which case I think this could just all go away. I'm fine giving back his appeal money if that's okay with the council, because apparently if we had known this, we wouldn't have put it on the agenda.
Well, I was going to recommend that if he's willing to withdraw the appeal, which it sounds like he is, that we should give him back his $500, I believe it is. And I appreciate you bringing that up. So it sounds like the question for the appellant is he wanting to withdraw his appeal at this time?
Yes, I would like to withdraw my appeal, and thank you. Thank you for that refund. I appreciate it. All right.
Thank you so much. And I was wondering at this point if we might ask if the Bruckners would like to have time to make a few comments or comment publicly to Mr. Donahue. I'm not sure. I think you guys are there, right? Brian and Lori.
Although, Madam Mayor, if there is no appeal, then there's really no necessary for them to speak.
They don't have to. I just thought I'd give them that chance. This is one of those situations that we hope for. So if they're not here or they don't want to, then no problem. And is there any kind of motion to officialize this?
No, you just closed the public hearing and we consider this item resolved because there was no item to speak of to start with. Now the appeal's been repealed.
Okay. All right. Wonderful. So I will close the public hearing, although Ben is raising his hand.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I would simply request that Mr. Donahue follow up with something, and writing an email to me tomorrow would be great.
Okay, perfect. So there needn't have been a public hearing, and we will actually close this item. So thank you, everyone involved.
Excuse me, Madam Mayor, Mr. Donahue is raising his hand.
Oh, sorry, apologies. I was trying to put myself on mute, and yeah, no, it's okay. All's good. Michelle, could you please send me Ben Berto's email address?
Yes, I will email that to you.
And I guess, Ben, you're looking for kind of an official email saying I formally withdraw my appeal, right?
Yeah,
okay,
just
thank you.
memorialize an agreement tonight.
Yeah, okay, great, thank you. All right.
Okay, good night. Thank
Mr.
you.
Donahue.
All righty, so we're moving on to the second public hearing item.
Can I mention something, Mayor? Sorry to interrupt. Did you
Yes.
actually close that last public hearing?
I did. In fact, I hadn't even opened it, so I did close it. But I think we're all covered legally.
Thank you so much. Sorry to interrupt.
No problem. Thanks. So the second public hearing item is to consider a variance for 181 Myrna Avenue. The APN number 002-162-20 to have a second driveway per Town Code Chapter 12.12 and Code 12.12.050 and 12.12.060 to access the Planning Commission approved second carport categorically exempt from CEQA. Let's go ahead and have a staff report. Hi, Linda.
Hi, okay. On May 21st, 2020, the Fairfax Planning Commission approved a conditional use permit, a tree removal permit, and an excavation permit to allow a 123 square foot expansion and remodel of the 1,199 square foot first floor of the existing single family dwelling at 181 Myrna to create a 1,322 square foot primary residence. The current 260 square foot ground floor of the existing residence would be added to and converted into a 660 square foot accessory dwelling unit. The ADU is exempt from Town Council and Planning Commission review. The Commission considered the project plans in their entirety, including the proposal for the second driveway, and approved the project as proposed, subject to the variance for the second driveway being approved by the Town Council prior to the issuance of the project building permit. No issues concerning the second driveway were identified during the public hearing, and the neighbors were all supportive with no persons raising any concerns about the project design. The new driveway is proposed to a new two-car carport under the 8 accessory dwelling unit addition. The carport would provide the one required parking space for the accessory dwelling unit, as well as one additional parking space for the primary residence. An additional 2 uncovered parking spaces would be located in the driveway leading to the carport. The existing 1 parking space in an existing carport further down the street would be retained, so a total of 5 parking spaces would be provided on site. The town code limits residential properties to having 1 driveway entrance, and it requires that if the property has 2 driveways, they shall be no less than 40 feet apart. However, that same code chapter gives the authority to grant exceptions to this regulation to the Fairfax Town Council based on the following findings. 1, there are exceptional circumstances applying to the land, the building, or the use referred to in the application, which do not apply generally to land, building, or uses in the same district. 2, that the granting of the application is necessary for the preservation and enjoyment of substantial property rights of the petitioner. And 3, that the granting of the application will not materially affect adversely the health or safety of persons residing or working in the neighborhood of the property and will not be detrimental to the public welfare or injurious to the property or improvements in the neighborhood. The second driveway accessing the site is necessary because the town code requires that new accessory dwelling units located more than a half a mile from a bus stop be provided with 1 parking space. The site is currently legal non-conforming with parking provided for only 1 vehicle, while the code requires 2 parking spaces for the single family residence. While creating the required 1 9-foot by 19-foot parking spaces for the accessory dwelling unit, the applicants are voluntarily creating an additional covered parking space for the main residential unit, bringing it into compliance with the current parking regulations. Proposing an additional 2 parking spaces underneath the proposed accessory dwelling unit where the site is already being disturbed for the project construction will have a minimal impact on the neighboring properties while providing off-street parking for the residents and freeing up on-street parking along the property frontage for neighbors that don't have their own on-site parking and for the general public. Therefore, the staff is recommending that you adopt the resolution, which includes recommended findings for approval, to approve application 2006 for a variance to allow a second driveway at 181 Myrna Avenue. And that would conclude my report.
Okay, thank you so much, Linda. Any questions from council for staff? Stephanie, are you talking?
Is there any resistance from the neighbors to your knowledge, Linda?
No, in fact, everybody spoke in support of the project and they all saw the plans and.
But the parking space specifically?
No. Mm-mm.
Okay.
The parking that's being proposed is actually over 70 feet from any of the neighbors' driveways. So this has a lot of frontage. So I don't believe it will really negatively impact anybody.
Okay. And it should free up the street parking, as you were saying.
Right, because right now this property only has 1 parking space. So they put some of their cars on the street. This will get all their cars off the street.
Yeah, and it's tight back there. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I had a quick question. It's a more general question, Linda. I thought with the new ADU laws that there was no parking required, even if it wasn't within a half mile of a transit stop.
So if you're creating an ADU within existing legal living space, you don't have to provide parking. But this is taking some of the legal living space and expanding it, and it's further than a half a mile from a bus stop. So they are required to provide a parking space.
Because it's a variance. No.
It's a nuance.
I can learn more about this after. It doesn't directly affect the project.
If they were just taking existing living space and converting it to the ADU, we couldn't require the parking. But they're taking a part of the house and they're making it bigger to create the ADU. They're more than a half a mile, so they are required to provide parking.
All right, great, thanks, I understand. So at this time, I would like to open the public hearing. And Michele, can you tell me if the applicants are here and would like to speak? Or shall we just go to public?
If the applicants would like to speak, they are here. They could raise their hand, but if they don't wish to speak, they don't need to raise their hand right now.
Okay, so let's give them 1 second to do so or not.
Yes.
Okay, great. So we would love to hear from the applicants.
Okay, and so I'm going to unmute Stephen Ledine.
Great.
You guys can hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. I don't have anything to add. Linda summarized it very well, but I just wanted to make myself available should you have any questions you wanted to ask directly of me.
Okay, thank you very much. Council, any questions of Mr. Ledine? All right, not too many questions tonight. Then we'll go out to the public. Is there anyone in the public that would like to speak on this item?
I do not see anyone, Madam Mayor.
Okay, so go ahead and close the public hearing, bring it back to council, and perhaps entertain a motion.
I could make that motion unless somebody else wants to. I'd make the motion to adopt a resolution approving application number 20-06 for a variance to allow a second driveway for 181 Myrna Avenue.
Okay, so a motion Kohler, and who's seconding? And second Reed. I will go ahead and do a roll call vote. So Councilmember Reed?
Aye.
Councilmember Hellman?
Aye.
Councilmember Kohler?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Ackerman?
Aye.
And myself, aye. So motion carries, and congratulations on your second driveway. Okay, terrific. Moving right along. Item number 14 is to adopt, I'm just making sure I haven't taken things out of order here. I'm sorry, 1 second, please. I'm not seeing 13. Something's going on.
13 has been continued. So
13 is continued.
That's why. Okay, perfect. So we're moving on to item 14, and that's to adopt a resolution authorizing the town manager to enter into an agreement with Ascent Environmental, Inc. to prepare the environmental impact report, that's EIR, at the applicant's costs for the Marinda Heights subdivision, AKA Wall property. The Lamphere Gregory to perform project management and coordination services for the EIR and overall project at the applicant's cost. So let's go ahead with a staff report, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the Town Council. Although this may not seem like it, we are very early in the project review process. For some brief background, the project was deemed complete back in December of 2018.
No, the application, not the
Excuse me?
The application.
The application, that's correct. And that's just the simple process of saying the applicant has provided us enough information so that we can now proceed to the environmental review portion of the process. And this is what more or less the focus has been since that time. The staff had sent out RFPs to a number of environmental consulting firms. We received proposals from 3 of those. And out of that, with a group selection process, we picked as our recommended firm, Ascent Environmental. This was initially scheduled for the Town Council in August of 2019. We are finally now ready to proceed with the applicant. And if your council selects Ascent, approves the town manager to enter into the contract with Ascent Environmental and Lamphere Gregory, we will proceed with the environmental process. It's noted that we still have to receive 50% of the total estimated cost of doing the EIR and hiring the consultant. And so if your council does approve this authorization, we would await that and then proceed from that. And very briefly, the first step in the environmental review process will be a scoping session to garner public input on what should be included in the EIR. This scoping session will be widely noticed, and as always, staff encourages all interested persons to sign up to receive notices and project status updates automatically. And to do so, you can go to the Town of Fairfax website, and under the major projects subheader, you can get that through the planning page also. You can sign up, and we would encourage everybody to do so because we want to communicate what's going on with this project. I'm prepared to answer any questions, and I would also note that we have Christy Black, who is going to be the lead person for Ascent on this project. She is here, and also Curtis Alling, who is a principal with the firm of Ascent Environmental, and they are also here to help answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you very much, Ben. Bruce has a question.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank you for that staff report and for all your work so far. I just wanted to suggest that possibly if Christy or Curtis do speak to us, that or you yourself, Ben, could just clarify for the public the purpose of a scoping session so that people understand what they can bring to that, since it will be a very public discussion. Thank you.
I think I'll turn that over to Christy and Curtis for their detailed knowledge.
Sure, I'd be happy to address that, and thanks for having us here to answer questions about the scope of work that we submitted. So this scoping meeting for the environmental impact report is really to gather public input on what the scope of the EIR should be. So it's to hear from the citizens and concerned stakeholders about what they would like to see addressed in the EIR. So we, of course, will write a thorough EIR, but that local knowledge is really essential for us to make sure we're addressing local concerns and local resources. So it really is a listening session for the public to share what they've been thinking about and what they know and what they want to see in the EIR.
I would also briefly add that this scoping session is not required under the California Environmental Quality Act, but given the nature of the project, its high profile and the many interested persons, the planning department felt it was incumbent on the environmental consultant to have that. And of course, they're more than happy to do so.
Okay, Council, any questions for Ascent or for Ben?
Yeah, hi, can you hear me, my mom?
Yes, yeah, go ahead.
I have a few questions. Ben, we got a pretty detailed email from Planning Commissioner Michele Rodriguez. And I'm wondering if we could answer some of those questions for the public, because I thought they were pretty substantial and noteworthy. Did you respond to her email individually, or?
Does anyone have that email in front of them?
I do.
If you have particular questions from that email, do you want to go ahead and pose them?
Yeah, the first is with regard to peer review or the city original reports. So she raises that it's a best practice for EIRs that the developer submits an application with mandatory plans and the municipality develops the scope of work for the environmental analysis. And each of the special studies oversees the completion of the document for public review. So I can go on if you like, but do you want to respond to that piece? I can go on in detail about why that's the recommendation to ensure adequacy, honesty, and a perception of distance between the developer and the city's intent.
Yes, I can assure you that all of the consultants that submitted proposals actually used their independent judgment on their preliminary scopes, and that although the applicant has provided some information, what Ascent will be looking at is, in addition to that information, they will be conducting their own analyses in a very in-depth manner. So in terms of the peer review, I would say that it's going to be extremely substantive in terms of what Ascent is performing.
Okay. The next item was with regard to biology, and we could talk about this in the scoping session, but consider including a review of the road and building layout based on their biological determination and review of codes and standards.
Yes, again, the consultants, if you look at their list of qualifications, they have extremely qualified biologists, and they will be evaluating all of the potential impacts of the project, whether it's building location, roads, runoff, etc. So they are one of the experts. They have a lot of experts who will be doing that.
Okay. The next one has been raised in the public forum earlier this evening, and I think a lot of us are, are concerned about this. How do we measure the economic impact in terms of the cost benefit here, given the size of our town and the size that of these anticipated structures and the sale price these are going to be, right, and the property value, and how this is going to affect our economy and available affordable housing / ADUs in our town. So you can umbrella that under economic, environmental justice.
Yes, something like this is a very in-depth topic, and I would hesitate to comment on the extent to which that will be evaluated in terms of what this project might do to the relative value of properties in the town and sales prices for other properties. I would, because this has been submitted in writing, this request, her email will be provided to the environmental consultants, and they will incorporate that into their analysis. And I suspect that Ms. Rodriguez will also follow up as we get into the scoping session. So I would probably defer something that's that complex to subsequent follow-up.
Okay, just a couple more. Thanks, Ben. So the project manager that's being hired, has he or she been hired yet?
No.
Okay, and so will the council have visibility into that process of the hire?
That's what you're approving tonight. That's that's the second recommendation.
So there's a candidate already?
Right, on the staff report, it has 2 items. One is, excuse me, I just thought I might mention this, is adopt a resolution approving the town manager to enter into agreement with Ascent and also Lamfer Gregory to perform project management, and that person's qualifications and what they would do, primarily what they would do, not the qualifications specifically, are laid out in the last 2 pages.
I'm sorry, I missed that.
Yeah, it was a long report, and it was just at the end. So,
and it's also important to point out, since Stephanie, you've raised it, is that the cost, if Mr. Gregory is the one chosen from Lamfair Gregory, is also 100% to be covered by the applicant.
Yeah, I did catch that. Thank you. Okay, so if you could provide are the resumes provided of who applied and for this candidate that we're looking at? Do we have that?
We do have Mr. Gregory's resume. He's a principal with Lamfair Gregory, and he will be performing the project planning and managing work himself. So that is included as an attachment. In terms of the selection process, it was sole sourced to him, and I would defer to our town attorney in terms of responding to that process, aside from saying that Mr. Gregory, in my opinion, is very well qualified for this task and has ample experience in performing environmental or project planning work for environmental projects such as this.
Yes, this is Janet Colson. I'm happy to answer questions if you have any for me.
Stephanie, did you want to follow up with Janet?
So the project manager is an employee of Ascent?
No. No.
He is a principal with Lamfair Gregory. Scott Gregory is the Gregory and Lamfair Gregory, so that's a separate environmental consulting firm.
But Ben, you might want to just share, their firm applied under the RFP process to prepare the EIR. We determined that we would go with Ascent as a better fit, but we thought Scott Gregory would be a great fit as a project manager. Town attorney can chime in here, has experience working with him on EIRs of this nature. And it was thought we really need someone of his expertise and caliber to act as the project manager. So that's why we.
Yes, I anticipate that processing this application will take a great deal of time and requires a really high level of expertise. And I envisioned a project manager working with the environmental, the environmental consultant to not only for the EIR process, but also for the entitlement package that would go along with the EIR once it's done. And
I totally agree with that, Janet. So can we just provide as much confidence as possible to the public and provide some transparency about who this person is that we're going to be working so closely with?
yes, and I think it's important to remember two things. He works for the town. He doesn't work for the applicant. He doesn't work for the environmental consultant. He works for the town. And he's paid for entirely by the applicant, as is Ascent, the environmental consultant. And so he answers to the town, to the planning director, the town manager. And he was part of an interview process when they were interviewing environmental firms. Subsequently, when we talked to him about maybe doing, instead of the environmental review, maybe doing a project manager role, subsequently was interviewed a second time, provided examples of other projects where he'd been project manager, provided his credentials. And I personally have worked with him in other jurisdictions for EIRs, and have found him to be not only an excellent public speaker, very articulate, but also extremely knowledgeable, someone who can create with a very thorough and calm manner, give the public confidence that every T has been crossed, every I has been dotted, and that this project is being looked at in a very, very thorough way, and it's very transparent. We'll have a number of meetings, public input, and so
that's great. It sounds like you have working experience with him and he has the right qualifications. I would just love for the public to know a little bit more about him, and if his resume can be provided and other projects that he's led, I think that would be terrific.
We'll put it on the website under Brenda Heights.
Okay.
Let me ask real quick, piggybacking on that is, I'm assuming that he would be at the scoping sessions and sort of guide this thing all the way through and have that relationship with the public, so that it would be as if it were staff working on it, but obviously it needs to be someone who's, an EIR specialist, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Great, thank you.
So this is, I'm going to just provide some feedback, and I've talked to Garrett a little bit about this. On the staff report, the last line, or one of the last line, it says the non-environmental portion of the project review will occur at the same time as the EIR and will be reviewed by the Planning Commission and Town Council in one coordinated package. And I just want to offer you that I feel like this sends a message to our community that this project is being fast-tracked, and I think it creates that perception. I don't know why we are proceeding in tandem like this. The EIR is really step one.
Can I explain that?
Yes, please. I had a similar question, so appreciate it.
So you always take the EIR and any entitlements as a package together. And the EIR is done first before the entitlements. And so when that's done, you then package it together with the entitlements, and they run together, because you can't make a decision on the entitlements until you've done something with the EIR. You have to certify the EIR. And so, and you don't want to certify the EIR and then have it sitting out there, having a certified EIR sitting out there with no entitlements that go along with it. So it goes as a package. And if the EIR is not certified, the entitlements are not approved. It's a package deal. They're linked, and they really cannot be and should not be separated. It's not being fast-tracked at all. This is going to take quite some time.
Yeah.
But they do run as a package, because you can't really have one without the other.
And I would further briefly comment that this is intended as an interactive process
Mhm.
where the town has any number of applications accompanying this project, for example, design review, and that it's helpful for the EIR consultants to have the feedback from the Planning Commission, and it might have something to do with the visibility of houses. Or another example might be general plan compliance. And this is where outside consultants rely on local input.
Mhm.
And given the high profile nature of this project, staff feels that it would be appropriate for the Planning Commission and the public to be participating in analyzing those aspects to provide that type of input to the consultants. So it would assist their review, and in turn, some of the information that the consultants will be developing will assist the Planning Commission and staff and the project manager's review.
No, I appreciate that. I very much appreciate that we're having the public scoping session. I'm almost done, I promise. For the record, I would like to confirm that we are not rezoning. It's UR10 and will remain UR10. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Okay, and that we are not requesting a variance to the hillside ridgeline ordinance. Is that also accurate?
That's correct. The applicant is not requesting a variance at this time.
Okay. At this time, you said?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. I'm done.
Great. Any other questions from council? Barbara? Oh, Barbara and then John. Barbara was waving more vehemently.
Okay, so I just want to say two things. One is the property is UR10, except there's one parcel, as I understand it, that's UR7. And so that's why in 99 acres, potentially there could be 10 homes, not 9. And so we need to be clear on that the vast majority of the property is UR10, but there is one part of it that's UR7. At least that's what I understand.
Can we get a confirmation on that?
Yes, and I'm glad you brought that up because I think there's a little bit of confusion. Councilmember Kohler is correct in that it's not a separate parcel. It's a portion of the larger parcel that's RS 7.5. That isn't the key in terms of whether there's 9 or 10 lots. There's actually over 100 acres. Some individuals believe that because there was an early information that was derived from county assessor's records that showed this property being 99 point whatever acres, that because you need 10 acres per parcel, more or less, you could only have 9 parcels. It should be understood, and in fact is printed on county assessor's record books, that those are for assessment purposes only and are not considered accurate in terms of property information. And so the applicant has had the entirety of the property surveyed, and I believe the detail and accuracy is down to something like 1/100 of an acre. And there's no question that you would take what a surveyor has done in terms of a very detailed measurement of the meets and bounds of the property over information that's provided to the assessor. It's unfortunate that the assessor's information contains that inaccuracy, but
so Ben, just to be clear, since that's a complicated discussion, are
Yes.
you saying, because the first time I asked this, I was told that one of the parcels was zoned differently. Now I'm hearing, I think, that you're saying it's actually over 100 acres. Is that correct?
That is correct. There is also a portion of a lot which has different zoning. So it's both different zoning on a very small area at the very bottom of the site, and the overall acreage exceeds 100 acres.
Okay, all right, so thank you. Stephanie, does that help?
It does help, but I just got through confirming it's UR10 and now I'm hearing something different. So I'd like the minutes to reflect that we have 1 acre that is 7.5, is that right? I just want it captured accurately.
I apologize for that generalization.
That's okay.
It actually doesn't even amount to an acre. If I had to guess, I would say it's some fraction of an acre. And that is, and that I believe is RS 7.5, which has a base minimum square footage of 7,500 square feet, but for reasons I won't go into right now.
Why don't we do this? Let's clarify in the minutes, as Councilmember Hellman asked. Let's also make it clear on the website that we have for Miranda Heights. The other piece that I would like to have on the website is, and I think Stephanie raised this, but let's make it clear. Let's put the resumes for Ascent, which I don't believe are up there, and Mr. Stephen Gregory, which is not in the packet, and it should be up there as well, so people understand we are getting really highly qualified individuals to work on this project with tremendous expertise. So let's get that on the website. Let's clarify the minutes. I don't think we need, in my opinion, to spend a long time going into the technical details of parcel maps, but it seems to me that there is confusion out there. When I worked on the Open Space Committee as an open space member, we always thought it was 99 acres. So it seems to me that we don't have the right information out there. And Janet, could you sort of opine on this?
Ben is correct. There's one small tiny portion that is zoned differently than the rest of it. But all of this is going to be, part of the package that's going to be looked at.
May I just ask, I mean, because if I, who have been studying this, now I'm not clear whether it's over 100 acres and what the potential implications of that are. I want to understand that before we finish this item. That's the first I've heard of that, and I think that once this goes out to the public, it becomes quickly confusing.
I think it's clarification, Madam Mayor, that I'm looking at the description on the website. It's accurate. We've had these discussions before. Where it gets confusing is that the project's talking a total of 10 units. It could be that one of the units is on the smaller portion that's zoned RS 7.5, 9 on the balance, which is 99 acres or something like that, 98 acres. It's all described, always been described on the website of how that works. But the easiest way to understand it is this is an overall project application for all his properties, of which he's proposing a total of 10 units. That's the most important thing. There's 10 units, and that's the part that's going to be evaluated. It has to be evaluated within the current zoning, both for the small portion and the big portion. Whether or not it ends up to be 10 units or whatever, who knows? It's got to go through a process. But the easiest way we've always described is people get into it, but the application is for 10. That's what the application is for. So that's the process that we're going through. It remains to be seen what gets approved, what doesn't get approved. We'll put Ascent's proposal on the website and we'll put Scott Gregory on there. But the website has all this information that you're describing. It's right there. The description's right there on the page from Miranda Heights. Last paragraph talks about all the parcels and the zoning.
Okay. Any other council members, questions for Ascent or staff? John?
Yeah, I guess, one of them was around this whole 100 acres versus 90N, but we pretty much clarified that. Another one is, the point of the key vantage points, and this affects the, nature of what the view shed and the ridge line impacts would be. Would those key vantage points be determined in this public process, or is that something that we can weigh in on now, or what?
That's an excellent and difficult question to answer, and it will be determined through the review process. We have some base maps, Visual Resources 1976, which was excellent work and provide some good background information in terms of vantage points. The visual impact analysis will utilize that information and other information. And I guess what I'd like to emphasize tonight is this is the beginning of a long process that will involve a very comprehensive review of issues and factors such as that. So we don't have all that information, but I can assure you that through multiple meetings, we will make that determination, and it will involve the public and decision makers.
Yeah, because I think it's, well, it's a crucial way that is, because you can pick where you look from, and then that determines what you see. But there's certainly visible from a from all over downtown, for instance. Just pick the back door of the pavilion, for instance, is a key place that people assemble, and that's very much on view from that location. I don't know how the 74 map really reflects that location, but I know it talks about major streets downtown and things like that. It would be good to have a comprehensive idea of what is encompassed there, because basically if you stand in a certain spot and it doesn't seem too bad from there, then that seems like a bad way to go about it. Basically, you have to pick the points at which it makes a big impact and go from there, because that's what people are going to see and react to. So, but if we're not dealing with that right now, which I think that's a finer level of detail than what is in front of us, I just wanted to ascertain at what point that would become decided.
As I said, this will be part of the public review, and I think this will be something that the Planning Commission deliberations will be of assistance to the environmental consultants. This is a nuanced discussion. As Councilmember Reed noted, there are various perspectives throughout the town, not only those that are referenced in our historic base maps, but places in town that are very public. And all these factors will need to go into the deliberations that the commission and townspeople conduct on this project. It's going to be an interactive process. And so that's a big question, and I look forward to the process.
As do I.
Okay. I imagine there are people waiting to speak, so I'd like to open up for public comment on this item. And Michelle, can you go ahead and let me know who?
I see one hand raised right now. So you're opening the public comment.
I think.
Okay, now I see a couple more. All right, would you like to start?
Yes, please.
The first one? Okay, so that is S. Burns.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, and thank you for taking the time tonight to stay so late. But I know that now it sounds like the acreage is moving around a bit, but with the 99 acres and now it's 100 acres, I still do not see how this can actually pass the UR10 zoning. And I think that in the Ridgeline ordinance, they're very clear. There's a lot of setback requirements for the UR10. It just seems like spending the money, whether it's the developer or the town, who cares? It's like anyone spending money going further down into this project without these very basic issues, these very basic zoning ordinances that are quite clear being, you know, it's seeing if it complies with that. And it hadn't, you know, when it was 99 acres, and now all of a sudden a few acres are pulled out of the hat. But still, if you walk the site, you know, it's very, very steep. There's only a few places that you can put houses, and they can't meet the setback requirements. So I really don't understand why the process of looking at the zoning isn't happening right away, because that would move it forward or halt it and they send it back for redesign. But to just keep going down this path without looking at these very major things just seems foolish to me. The other thing is, you know, and that's like law, that's our zoning, that's really clear cut. As far as what this project offers, you know, that's a whole nother story. And I don't know that these huge houses with swimming pools really, you know, align or offer a good reason for variances to some very, very fundamental codes. So I don't understand it. I just think that it is moving forward and we're kind of having this push down our throats. I mean, I don't mean to be suspicious, but it just looks that way. There's a lot of consultants being brought on board when some very clear issues need to be looked at, and it's not that hard to look at them. Anyway, thank you for your time. And yeah, the thing, we can see the hillside from Manzanita, and you know, I think our mayor even had this as a backdrop in one of the meetings. So it's an important issue.
Okay, thank you very much for the comment. And we have
just to clarify that one thing, and I appreciate the comment, but Ben, just to clarify, there is no variance actually being asked for, correct?
That's correct. And critically, and again, I can understand how some people are confused between the 99 acre and the 100.5 acres. But as the town manager noted, if you go into the materials which are already posted on the town website under the Marinda Heights project, you will see the information is already there. This was actually the subject of detailed analysis. The project qualifies for review for a 10-unit subdivision on this 100.5 acre parcel. So that is a baseline question. It was evaluated in depth and it does qualify.
Okay, did you answer about the variance? Bruce, did you get that? Yeah.
Yeah.
No variance. Okay. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Pete Gubbins.
Hello.
Hi, Pete.
Hi, good evening, Mayor Goddard and council members. Thanks for your work. I'm talking tonight on behalf of my wife, Brenda, and I. We've been following this process pretty closely as it's just up the street from our house, and trying to keep up with the developments and where we are with this project. We've sent several emails over the last 3 years questioning the zoning of the Wall property. This property is zoned UR10 and Ridgeline zoning. How is this project possible here? And then how does the clustering of houses, how is that allowable? We sent emails to the town manager and the planning manager and the council members regarding that question of variances being asked. And we were told that at this time, there are no variances being requested. However, on the website, it states that he's looking for permits for ridgeline development and will need a variance for the portions of buildings that exceed height limits. So that at this time, response felt a little evasive and misleading, and that's not like instilling a lot of confidence in the transparency of what's happening, as it feels like things are moving beyond where we are without us knowing. So we're trying to keep track of what's going on. And then one other thing is this latest survey. Often you need to have more than one survey. I've seen surveyors be wrong before, and what I understand is this survey was paid for by the applicant. And does the town of Fairfax just adopt that as fact now and change what's on record for this property that's been this property's been talked about for years, 20 years and years. So all of a sudden we're just going to say, okay, it's 100.5 acres because the applicant had a survey performed. The last thing I want to say is that we've all lived in the presence of the hard work of people before us that have protected our ridge lines and open spaces and kept Marin County green and beautiful, and we all enjoy that. But as time goes by and there's more people and more money, we're constantly under threat of development. And I don't think anyone working for Fairfax is really pro-development. So just wondering when we're going to start seeing our elected officials and our hired officials advocate for the people of Fairfax who live there and want to see growth slowed down, housing made more affordable, and have the town become more inclusive. So thank you for your time. Thank you for all your work.
Okay, thank you, Pete. And Ben, are you taking notes of when people are asking actual questions? Because there's some really good questions coming up. And so if you would do that, and then we can go back if there are any that we can just, sort of address here or actually obviously going forward.
Yes, I am taking notes.
Excellent, thank you.
Go back to this.
Okay, perfect. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Mallory, and after Mallory comes MacBook.
Okay. Garrett, don't forget the clock. I'm having to use my timer.
Hi. I want to just remind you, Michelle, 3 in a row is good. I'm not going to talk so much about the logistics and the EIRs and everything else, but we've been through so many meetings with Rothman and in person at the town council meetings about this issue. And from what I remember, very few, maybe just Rothman, was somebody who was in favor of building up this hillside. And you guys were on, most of you, except for Stephanie, were on the panel. And I was at these meetings, and I don't remember, I remember hardly anyone but Rothman coming out and saying all the reasons that he wants to have this thing done. And why are we even going to these meetings? You guys do not listen to the town, not on this issue, but on many issues. And if the people are coming to show up, then I think you need to listen to us and not listen to the big developers and get more tax money for whatever reason. It's turning into a Trump town, you guys. And I feel like you guys are doing that, in that kind of way. And I really want you to start listening to the people in the town. You are our representatives, and you should be voting for what the voices that the people in town are telling you, not people who are coming in, who are developers who just want to vote for money. And I don't want you guys voting for money. I want you voting for the town and the feeling of the town and the soul of the town. The other people that have spoken, I agree with. I would immediately thought, let's get a new survey, because I have not, and there was nothing that I ever believed that Rothman ever said that he was going to do that would take care of the town. And I want you guys to take care of the town. We love this town. We don't want it wrecked. We don't want it to be Mill Valley. We want it to be Fairfax. And I don't think I'm just speaking for myself. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mallory. Next public comment, please.
The next public comment is from MacBook, and the one after that is a telephone caller with the last 3 digits of their phone number 008. MacBook, you're on.
Yes, here I am. I don't know why it says MacBook, but this is Jessica Green. And one of the things I'm wondering here, why are we letting him extend Ridgeway when he can't build up there unless the town allows him extending a street and to allow this guy to build there? There's a lot of protections we had on that whole property. Basically, you can't cluster, you can't build unless there's already a street there. And this town has been pushing through this project for this developer. It's not giving us affordable housing. And it's a place, you know, really we should try to buy it. But, you know, if we're going to worry about fears of being sued and all that by the developer, what about all those people whose houses were flooded and mudslides in the past in that property? You know, what about those suits? And I think, I don't know why the town is wanting to rezone things or allow this guy to build all these things there when there was a lot of protections that were tearing apart. Now, we already know, I don't know, Mr. Berto, you were involved with Corte Madera and that Winship Cup place. We don't want to be that. Whatever it is, you know, I can see building for affordable housing, but we really don't need these McMansions here. And the town is making it so that he can do this and talk about variances. I mean, isn't that some kind of variance to build, to extend a road in order for him to build? And and the height limits he wants. Why do we do it? We don't have to do it. You know, I don't know why this whole thing started, but I don't think it's really a positive thing for most people in Fairfax. And I do think we should try to buy the property, basically, or somehow, because, you know, because this is the jewel of Fairfax, as they say. And all these changes you guys are doing for ordinances or general plans or rezoning in order for this guy to do this is wrong. It really is. So that's all I have to say about it.
Okay. Next speaker, please.
Sorry, I was muted. The next speaker is the telephone number ending in 008, followed by Richard, followed by Elizabeth P.
Hello, this is Susan Pascal-Moran. I am chair of Fairfax Open Space Committee, and I'm calling in just because I want to make sure that we go on record as saying that it's very important that we continue to be consulted and a part of this survey, because we have very many concerns about it, which we've already outlined in our comments, but we continue to have concerns, and we'll continue to follow through with these, and we want to make sure that whoever does the EIR is aware of these, and that's in my scope as a chair of Fairfax Open Space Committee. Additionally, I am a member of the Oak Manor neighborhood, and I'm very concerned as well about any fallout from the dust of construction, and this would be massive construction. On the school below, we have the Oak Manor School, and such dust is bound to be, or debris that would come down, which is, it's right above there basically, floating down on the wind on the children playing once they go back to school, could be deleterious and carcinogenic. And so that's just my own concern as a mother and resident of the area. So those are my two points that I wanted to make. So thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you very much, Susan. Next speaker, please.
Next is Richard, followed by Elizabeth, and then Stephen Keys.
Hi, Council. So first of all, thank you for your own questions and discussion before you came to public comment, because many things and points were brought up by Councilmember Hellman and Kohler and Goddard that I was going to ask about. And I see that I'm feeling a genuine sense of trying to get at the reality of things. And I've heard the planning director sort of describe the process that has to happen. And I understand that there's a property owner and the property owner has some rights. And it's no secret that significant members of the community just wish this wasn't the case. We don't really want 10 mansions there. We just don't want it. And we have hundreds of ideas of other things we'd love to have happen there, but we understand that somebody owns the property and they do have some rights. And I think what we, this business of the 9,900 or whatever, that is definitely alarming. It's been concerning. I've asked about this issue for a couple of years now. And it's still a little bit unnerving, but let's just even proceeding, assuming that there was an outside further survey and we verified that in fact the assessor's things were wrong and that it really is 100 and whatever, and he has the right for 10 things. What we really want to hear in emphatic, no uncertain terms is that UR10 is the zoning and it's not going to be rezoned, that's an anti-clustering zoning and clustering is not going to be allowed, that many of you campaigned on protect the ridgelines and that we have ordinances and things around ridgeline protection. We want to hear in no emphatic terms that we're going to stick to that, and that we understand this is a developer and he's trying to build luxury homes and there's investors behind him and they want to make a tidy profit and they're going to try to make these things as spectacular as possible. And so I don't want to deny a legal property owner his legal rights, but we want to do everything that protects the town that is within our rights. And we want to be reassured that there won't be variances and there won't be rezonings and other things to come down the line. Mr. Gubbins, I think it was, I agree with the majority of things that he had pointed out. And there's just a lot of concern. I'm glad you brought up the issue about things happening in parallel and the attorney saying that that was normal protocol, because it was feeling like to many of us that there was a kind of already a green light going on. And so I feel a little more confident tonight that you are all doing your best here to try to shepherd this process in the ways that you have to legally and in fairness. But there are many, many concerns. And if it's determined that those slopes are too steep or whatever it is and things aren't allowed, I hope that you'll all stand up. And I'm sure you'll get a lot of pressure from the developer. There's a lot of money invested in this, there's a lot of money at stake. We all understand what's going on here. So we just want to hear the reassurances that you're going to stand behind our ordinances and all the things we have in place that are there to protect us now, and that those are not going to wobble later down the line as the process continues to unfold, which is a very murky and scary term for many of us in the public. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Richard. Appreciate it. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Elizabeth P., followed by Stephen Keys, followed by Deborah Benson. So Elizabeth.
Hello, Council. Thanks for staying up so late. I've lived below this ridgeline for 20 years, and my concerns are about the traffic and the intersection that continues to be troublesome right at Willow and Drake, and this will only contribute to that. And I think this just harkens back to the earlier conversations about how this town is really divided between small town values and big town money. And this just really doesn't go with this town's. I can't even imagine having this kind of luxury up there with this like White Castle kind of mentality when we have issues of access and we can't even have, enough housing and access to services for the people who are here. So I don't understand all the particulars. It's very complicated. I think that's why it keeps getting dragged out, but I can't stand for this. And I really do think that the town should be able to buy this. And I think there was a proposal about that before, and I don't understand why it was rejected. Anyway, that's my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Next speaker, please.
Next is Stephen Keyes, followed by Deborah, followed by Mark Bell.
Hi, Stephen.
Hey, it's actually Pamela Meggs.
Hi, Pam.
Hey, it's late. It's really late, 11 o'clock. Hi, everybody. Well, I'm going to say what I said before. It's going to change the town forever, forever, forever. And I worked on the general plan for 10 years, talking endlessly about character and saving those ridge lines. And I'm just feeling really sick to my stomach thinking about mansion homes up there. That is not the character of Fairfax. It really is not. I know he owns the land. He has the right to build, but I would hope that all you council people, especially the ones who said they would defend the ridgeline, are able to somehow create this within the character of the community. The other thing that I'm very concerned about is the sewer and the water. Is he going to pay for millions of dollars of sewer work and water? And you must have to have a water storage tank for fire. I know I saw a brief statement about that they would talk to the utilities, but I guess we haven't got to that far in the plans. So I'm not going to talk much longer. I'm kind of really tired, but again, it's going to change the town forever. And I'm hoping that we can mitigate some other kind of way to not create something that really does not identify the town in a way that's really not Fairfax. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Pam. And these questions, these substantial questions about sewer and water and tanks, we should be able to come back with some specific information. Are we still on with that, Ben?
Yes, we've already gotten preliminary feedback from the utility providers, but this is stuff that will be further developed as we go through the process.
Okay. All righty. So next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Deborah Benson, followed by Mark Bell.
Hi, Deborah Benson, Fairfax. I'm going to go backwards here. I'm concerned that the project manager is being chosen because they have a relationship with the town attorney and will be able to work well with the town attorney and the town manager. I think that's too close. And I'd like to know what the hiring process was there. So this whole development should have never gotten so far in my mind. This property is zoned UR10, which in the definition of our zoning is one house per 10 acres. And the planning on this project is spaghetti lots clustered together, which goes against our zoning ordinance. We have a ridgeline ordinance that says no houses are going to be built on the ridgelines. I've followed this project for years, and the photos I've seen have been houses built on the ridgeline. So I'm really, really confused. And I think that this shouldn't go any further. It goes against our ordinance. So I'm not really sure why this is up in the air at this point at all, and why we are not following our protective ordinances. If this property, it was on the market for a long time, if we were following our ordinance with one house per 10 acres, the infrastructure costs have kept it from being developed for all these years. You couldn't put one house on 10 acres on these steep slopes and have roads going into each of these sites. So I'm not really sure why we're at this point. And I guess that's all I have to say. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Deborah. Next speaker, please.
Next is Mark Bell.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, first off, I agree with everything that Mallory said. Secondly, as far as this guy's property rights, he's a speculator. That's all he is. He's speculating. So if he can't build his houses, he loses. That's how it goes when you're a speculator. He doesn't care about anything else. He even lied to the Open Space Committee about markings on trees when he was, you can go watch that meeting yourself. I mean, he just lies about whatever. We have ridgeline ordinances. He knows that there's ridgeline ordinances. He's speculating that he can get you to change. Everyone has campaigned, oh, we're going to protect the ridgelines. Well, now's your opportunity. The zoning doesn't allow clustering of the houses. All the houses are clustered. It's against the zoning. He knew that. Somebody has to change it for him. That's not what you campaigned on. 100 acres, 99 acres, all of a sudden it's a different amount. What about the title companies who guarantee a sale? How come the walls aren't suing the title company for ripping them off for an acre or two of money that they could have made if that property was actually bigger? So the questions I have are biological studies. They take years. I want to see the resumes of who's going to be doing it. I have friends in the biological studies who are experts, and I want to get them vetted. You refuse to answer that question for me as far as the frogs. I don't expect to be ignored this time. What were the past results of using this project manager? There's a history. What happened with those projects? Did they go through? Were they turned down? The people of this town have a right to know what the relationship was and how these people perform. We also want to see what the other resumes were of the other people who were not chosen. Also, entitlements. What entitlements? I'm not familiar with the terminology. I think we have a right to know what that means when the attorney's saying, well, there's entitlements that go along with the EIR. So I think that we need a lot more information given to the public before you can enter into a contract to further this EIR. I think that the people of this town deserve to see exactly who was considered and do our own research on these people and see if we agree with what's come up. Also, I'd like answers to these questions because I had questions that were not answered when Vice Mayor Ackerman was running the meeting. He said, oh, we'll answer all the questions at the end. I ended up having to watch the video. My questions were never answered. I go back to Peter Lax. I had 10 questions for him. He answered one and shoved the rest off when you guys were violating town codes and ordinances. So I think we have the right, and you don't have the right to proceed until the town has an opportunity to vet everyone. And now my wife would like to speak.
Okay, Garrett, could you start the clock again? Thank you.
Hi, Elizabeth Michele. And so my question is, when they're going to do these studies on the environmental impact, are they going to look at the history of this land? Was they tried to develop this land in like the 80s or late 70s or something, 75 maybe. When we went for a walk up there was a guy who lived there all his life, and he was saying that's where you can see like the beginning of driveways and some flat areas, because they tried to develop it then, and then it was they found that it wasn't possible because it was unstable. It was geologically unstable. So has anything changed? Are they going to look into that history, and why, when they tried to develop it at this time, it was they couldn't continue because it was unstable? So is it all of a sudden became stable, or what happened? It seems like It's still unstable. That's what it seems to me. So I would like to ask if they're going to look at the history, at this history. Okay? I think that's all I have to say. Thanks.
All right. Thank you very much. And I see one more hand. Michelle, could you let Frank?
Yes.
In?
Did you say something? Yes. Frank Egger, you're next.
Thank you. Frank Egger speaking for Save Fairfax. The public needs to know the process that was used to select the consultants. Who determined who would be asked to apply to the request for proposals? The public needs to see the original list of those that were invited to apply. Why hire a project manager before a determination is made that the project would be allowed in conflict with existing zoning? The project is a cluster development of 10 McMansions, with 9 located on the Ridgeline Scenic Corridor above Marinda Oaks, and 1 unit accessed from the Willow Ridgeway neighborhood and sitting at the top of Jolly Hill. Ascent Environmental Consulting, in reading their website, Ascent guides clients through their important projects, especially when faced with first-of-a-kind situations, intricate environmental regulations, novel technical issues, or substantial public or agency scrutiny. So we're contracting with a consultant to guide the project through approval. Also, Ascent provides effective and efficient CEQA environmental reviews, integral to be well-informed project decision-making, and where necessary, legal defensibility. So Ascent already will be preparing a defense of the project, should it be challenged. And their expertise to augment in-house capabilities to expedite projects. My gosh, we're expediting this project. Lamphere Gregory. They thrive on challenges and complexities of public process for project review and approvals. So Lamphere Gregory, main value is getting projects approved. Obviously, there's a predetermination here. It's clear that Lamphere Gregory has a predetermination that this project needs to be approved. The upland residential zone, UR10, does not allow clustering, yet Fairfax is pushing ahead with the project. The Fairfax Town Council must reject the staff recommendation and direct staff to put together a new request for proposals, RFP, for compliance for the California Environmental Quality Act. The town manager, Toy, the staff recommendation includes hiring a project manager to facilitate the subdivision. Even though the project does not meet the purpose and intent of the UR10 zone. What is being proposed requires a rezoning to cluster the development, but Fairfax's staff ignores the town code. From the report, in quotes, the non-environmental portion of the project will occur at the same time as the EIR and will be reviewed by the Planning Commission and Town Council in one coordinated package. This whole project is an environmental nightmare. When we rezoned this property 30 plus years ago, it was 99 acres, not 100. There should be no entitlements before CEQA is completed. Why waste funds on a project manager at this time, since the subdivision cannot go forward under the present large lot zoning, upland residential 10. The staff is recommending dual processes here. That's not normal in Fairfax. Fairfax has not done a dual process for a project that needed an environmental impact report. This project is gerrymandered to get around Fairfax's large lot zoning. This project should not move forward before CEQA is completed. The non-environmental portion of the project review cannot go forward in a dual process, period. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Frank. I do not see any other hands. Michelle, anyone else that you see?
I do not see another raised hand.
Okay. So Ben, are you prepared to answer any of the questions, some of the more specific questions that came up? And then we can take the others and bring them back or put them on the website on the Marinda Heights section. Like if you could respond to whatever you can from tonight, that would be great.
Okay, well, recognizing that this is actually going to feed into the scoping session, what we had was a lot of very serious questions, and that's really what the scoping session is for. And the fact that we have the two principals from the environmental consulting firm here to listen to this, and that we'll have a permanent video record of this is great, because I think a lot of this, by its nature, by the substance of those comments, has to await a more detailed, comprehensive analysis to respond. But in terms of things that that were brought up, the survey is an interesting question about getting another survey. I suppose that could take place. I will say this again, that using an assessor's map to determine the acreage is not something that is done normally, and the assessor's maps contain an explicit language to not do that. So, but if that's something that is deemed to be appropriate, we could certainly consider that as part of the process going forward. Yeah, some of the details about whether or not it should be open space and purchased are obviously beyond the scope of this conversation tonight. We look forward to participating, to everybody participating, including the Fairfax Open Space Committee. And they obviously have some background on this, and we will look forward to their continued comments. The UR10 zoning, this process qualifies for processing under the current zoning. No rezoning is proposed, none is necessary. So I'm just trying to make that as clear as possible. That was obviously something that staff looked at very carefully. And in point of fact, the applicant had to modify what he was doing down below simply because that small portion of the property that had the different zoning, the lot size that he was originally proposing didn't work. And again, one of the difficulties with these type of comments in this type of setting is it's very easy to get granular, and it's very easy to get confused. And I would encourage people who are interested in this project to read the very detailed information that's available online, the letters that staff has written to the applicant, et cetera, because a lot of the questions, especially about the basic viability of the project, are being addressed in those exchanges and in the plans that you see the applicant has provided. Yeah, in terms of the qualitative questions about the character of the town, again, those are questions that need to be that need to be discussed at length with reviewers and decision makers, and is beyond the scope tonight. And is something that will be part and parcel of the process going forward.
Okay, Ben, I'm sorry to interrupt, but Garrett's waving his hand. He has something to add.
So maybe to add some things, I think what's getting lost in this discussion is property owners are allowed to submit an application for their project pursuant to the zoning in what they believe meets the current zoning standards. Okay, so that's one thing. So what's important to remember is just because an application has been deemed complete and can be submitted into the process, the final consideration of a project may be very different than what was originally submitted. But we won't know that until we go through the process. So I think for the community, and a lot of people commented, is he's submitting the project owner is submitting an application based on what they believe the zoning allows. The whole process determines ultimately what we think could be allowed as he goes through the planning commission and they make the recommendations to the council. But ultimately the council is going to make that decision based on a number of factors. But the difficulty for the council right now is because you're actually going to approve the EIR and the project, ultimately not approve, consider that you really can't opine right now on any of those questions that people asked about your opinions or whether or not something meets ridgeline ordinance or whether it's considered clustering. That's actually what is discussed and determined within the process. So that's why there is a process that takes you to consideration of whatever the project may be. Whether or not it gets approved or not, that's ultimately the council's decision, but you have no idea right now what that final project is going to look like. My experience, I'm 99% sure whatever's proposed that gets recommended, if whatever, from the planning commission, is probably going to be different than what was originally submitted. That's just how it works. So I think for a lot of the comments, that seems like things the consultants are here, they've heard, they'll consider, people could raise that within the scoping meeting. But I just want to make clear to everyone that this is really the first step. There's a submitted application. It's been deemed complete. It's been deemed complete since December 2018. Took a while to go through some of these processes to get to this point. But I just want to make that clear. And the other thing is we did do an RFP for firms, and I could be wrong, but I think only 3 replied, or maybe it was 4, I can't really remember, but we did send it out to a variety of firms, and because 3, okay, and because it was so busy, we got 3 firms to respond. And another thing is, I think I just need to clarify, when you read words like facilitate and these people have taken projects through approval, I think what that really means is they've taken projects through the process, whether it's approved or denied, doesn't really matter. It matters to have they taken something through the process. I guess you could look if something was challenged, is it defensible, but that's really not where we're at. We're just at that first step. So I'm trying to make clear to everyone, this is going to be a long process. This is just the first step to get to a point that maybe there is some type of consideration that's going to come to the council for to be considered some type of product. But to be clear, we have the EIR and you have the planning commission. There are some things when they say coordinated with, it just means the EIR and the planning commission's recommendations and other aspects of projects is one total package, and that goes to the council for approval. It is true the planning commission will probably have some meetings because I'm sure they'll want to comment on the scope. I'm sure they want to comment on the draft, EIR. Maybe there's some special study sessions they may want to have. Who knows? It's a little premature. We're just at that first step. So I'm just trying to provide a little clarification that many of the answers to these questions will be addressed within the process. It's just not going to be addressed tonight.
Stephanie.
Am I on mute?
Yeah.
So I really appreciate that clarification, Garrett. And what I heard, so knowing what we know, because we don't have final design, to your point, what I heard this evening is there's a commitment and intent to not rezone and to not develop on the hillside and ridgeline and not request variances for either. And what I'm hearing from the public is confusion around how do we build 10 homes without clustering? How do we achieve that? And why are we moving forward? Like it's confusing and frustrating why we are proceeding, because the public doesn't understand how you do that. And how are we not building? So is there already some plan or design to build off of the ridgeline? And so I'd appreciate some comment on that. And Ben, I'd also appreciate you responding on the landslide topic.
Okay. Those are extremely challenging questions because some of that will take this process, the environmental review, the non-environmental review, but the substantive ones you mentioned are environmentally based. So that's what the process does. I mean, we're approving a contract for almost $600,000 and with a top tier environmental consulting firm. And it's going to take at least a year to do this process. And those are the type of substantive deliberations and analyses that will take place in the process. And I wish I could provide a simple answer to those type of things, but it's just something that will have to emerge throughout the process.
If I may add to what the planning director indicated, is yes, some of those things will be answered within the EIR. They'll address that relating to landslides. The issue of clustering, that's the whole point of the process. The process will determine whether or not what's being proposed is clustering, whether what's being proposed is allowed. That's why you have this process. The developer is submitted based on he believes he's meeting current zoning. As it goes through the process, that would be determined if it's meeting the current zoning standards. To say something now would be premature without going through the process. But we understand the concerns. We've heard that, and that's something that the Planning Commission will be evaluating, and ultimately, whatever form the project takes, that would come to the council.
So you're saying it makes sense to spend $500,000, and we can't answer the clustering question without spending $500,000 first?
I think this is what I'm saying. I'm saying that the applicant is allowed to submit an application. He believes he meets the current zoning standard. We have to go through a process to determine, once we reviewed everything, if indeed he does. If he doesn't, and that's an issue, then he would have to change the project. So that's why we go through the process. So the developer knows it's a risk. There's no guarantees here. He knows he has to pay a certain amount of money to do the EIR and to go through the process. What he ultimately gets, who knows? That's a risk, but that's every risk developers take. They submit applications. Ultimately, what gets approved will be, like I said, most likely different than what they originally thought they can get. To say to him right now, hey, we don't think any of this meets it, that's what the process is for.
Okay. Thank you.
So can I ask something, Renee?
Yes, please.
You know, I know that this project is, some of us have been on this council for a long time, and you know, there's been a lot of these issues raised. I think one of the things we're trying to move forward on is to do an EIR, which on another project everybody wanted us to do. And the EIR is not going to answer every question, but it is going to look at quite a lot. And I think, you know, everybody would like us to say, no, you can't do this. And I would love to say that, having been on the Open Space Committee years ago, when we first tried to buy the property and nobody would talk to us. But the property is at unimaginable amounts of money at this point. I think I would like to say, you know, some of this process through the scoping plan, we'll hear some of it. We won't have all the answers. There's a lot of folks wanting to know the answers that we won't know until we go through this. Now, will the project ultimately be approved? I have no idea. Will it be rejected? Could be. Will it be changed considerably if it gets some sort of approval? I think we need to move forward and start this EIR so we can start really looking at the big picture of this project rather than you know, the piecemealing that has happened. I mean, we're at a good point, so we can finally move forward and start really looking at this project holistically, at least through the EIR. So I would like us to move forward. I also think that having a project manager will be really helpful because, at least from what I've seen, and I actually looked at Mr. Gregory's information on their website, was he has the kind of skills to work with communities to help us so that we can really be responsive, you know. And so I'd like us to kind of say, it's time to move forward with the EIR, have a project manager so we have someone who can follow this through whatever steps we need to take. I'd like to see a detailed project schedule once we have a project manager online so we kind of get a better idea of the milestones. And so, you know, I don't want to stop this discussion short, but I don't think we're at a point to answer these questions right now. So that's my 2 cents, and I know it's late, and I think it's time to get started and really get these guys on board so we can really start looking at a lot of these questions that have been coming up for years. Thank you.
Thanks, Barbara. I have a quick question, and that is, in terms of a scoping session, if we were to move forward tonight, when would that take place? So that some of these things that really are very important for people to understand and for all of us to understand can start to be vetted.
Yes, once we receive the 50% deposit amounts from the applicant, it's been estimated that the scoping session would take place in approximately a month. So for example, if you were to provide that funding in the next couple of weeks, it's likely that that would take place in August, but in the fairly near future.
Okay, and then Janet, when you talked about this dual process of the entitlements moving along with the actual environmental part of the review, I understood you to say that no entitlements are going to be you know, awarded without the EIR first. Is that correct?
Right.
So
Right.
it's like the work is going alongside it, but without the EIR being approved, those entitlements are not going to be, aren't going to be given, aren't going to mean anything really.
Correct, because they can't, because the EIR is an informational document and it provides you with the information you need to make a decision on those entitlements, on that package of approvals or denials. I know people are keying in on words like approval and denial, and this is just a process, as Garrett said. It's just a process. It doesn't have a predetermined outcome. It's not being fast-tracked. I'd like to also point out that somebody said, I have a relationship with one of these people. I don't have a relationship with any of these people. But having worked in this field for almost 30 years, I've watched and I've seen certain people at council meetings, at planning commission meetings, and I've seen Scott Gregory in other cities where he's worked on projects with other planning departments. And I've seen how he presents himself at a public meeting, and I've seen the quality of his work. And so that's my recommendation. That's all I can give you. I have not seen anybody from Ascent. I can't give any kind of recommendation there. So that's all I was doing. I don't have a relationship with any of these people. But yes, as far as the entitlement package and the EIR running together as one package, that's what you need to have, because one can't happen without the other. The EIR informational document giving you the information you need to know what to do with the entitlement package. And so they have to run together. The entitlements can't run before the EIR without the information. And then you don't want to have just an EIR sitting out there certified and approved without the entitlements to go along with it. So they need to go together. That is standard, customary everywhere. And it's done for legal reasons. And so that's one thing that I want to make sure everybody understands. No fast track here. This is going to take a considerable amount of time.
Yeah, I do think, though, Janet, it is really important when Mr. Egger asserts that that has not ever been done before in Fairfax. I'd just like to understand where the, where the reality is in that, because those are two starkly different things being said.
Well, can I say that I don't think there's been a project like this before in Fairfax? Certainly not in the time I've been here. The only thing that would come anywhere close is Victory Village, and that's exactly what happened there, right? Environmental went along with the entitlement package. It was a package. So that's the way these things are processed. That's how it's run through the process. And that's what we're talking about here, is merely a process. When somebody comes in, private property, they present an application, it meets on its face the requirements, we have to at least run it through the process. It may turn out to be changed completely, it may turn out to be denied, but it has to be run through the process.
Okay, thank you for that. Council, any comments? And now it's 11:30, so I know we're mid-item, so obviously we will finish this, but I would have to ask for a motion to waive the 11:30 rule, although we should look at the agenda.
Well, can we talk about this first?
Yeah, it's just at 11:30, so we can look through the agenda after, but for the moment, shall we waive the 11:30 rule?
I think, Madam Mayor, you can finish this item and then just talk about the 10 o'clock and the 11:30 rule.
Oh yeah, I forgot the 10 o'clock. Okay, never mind. Let's continue.
Okay, good. Yeah, I mean, I think central to this is this the whole concept of clustering and or not, and what is clustering. It concerns me some. Our previous planning director, I heard talk about best practices versus how our ordinance was written. And I would kind of like to hear something about that. I mean, I think that the intention is for that to come through in this whole scoping process, but that's really the $10 million question or something at this point. And I think it's also tied in with Ridgeline ordinance. I mean, I've looked pretty carefully at the wording of the Ridgeline ordinance, and it's not watertight, unfortunately. There's a lot of, wiggle room rules. It's like, oh, not make a significant thing and take the trees into account and things like that. Story polls really help, because then you can look and see what it's gonna have. But if we don't have a real project in front of us, we don't know what that is. And what do you build story polls around? But I guess that it makes me very uncomfortable to be going down this road without having some clarity on those rules. I think, Peter Lax and I went through very carefully and looked at the wording on Ridgeline ordinances, and what we found was quite scary to me, in that, it didn't apply to PDD, it didn't apply to a bunch of things, which has been fixed now. And that's something that, happened a couple of years back. Basically what Peter and I found was that there wasn't a Ridgeline ordinance in a lot of Fairfax, which was scary. And that has been fixed. But just having that kind of, sloppy wording and things like that at the outset concerns me, because what does that mean we're really dealing with here? So I guess that's my question, is how much guidance can this council be given at this point in terms of these clustering questions, or how the UR10 zoning will really hold up under, what this applicant has chosen to put together now. I mean, he's a gambling man. he's trying to throw this out there and see if he can get it approved. And value, his ego depends on, trying to get through projects that are, nobody thinks they can get done. But, I, along with probably, a lot of people in Fairfax, think that, we don't want to have a destructive project there. I think it's a very compromised, it's a very steep piece of property, and there's very few things that you can get with it. And I think that Garrett's point of, whatever we end up with at the end of this EIR process might look very different than what the developer envisions. I've walked the roads there extensively, and there are places that are tucked back away from the ridge line that don't necessarily make economic sense for the developer, and maybe that's why he's thinking of clustering them along the road where the original sites were. Those have problems. Those original sites have problems, and that's why it got stopped in its tracks so many decades ago. But without some of those questions being answered at this point, it seems like it's perhaps unfair to the developer even to give them the idea like, oh, well, if we go through this EIR process and spend $500,000, maybe he'll get something that he wants out of it. But if there's some speed bumps here that can't really become overcome without changing this project significantly, isn't it more fair to him for him to know that now at this point? I guess without legally going through this EIR process, that's just, we're giving our opinions instead, and that's not enough for him to legally base that on. As I guess that's my question. I would be more comfortable with more assurance.
John, excuse me, sorry to interrupt, but Garrett has something to add.
Yeah, I think I'm done asking those questions. So.
You're mute, Garrett.
Yeah, sorry. It's kind of strange. My laptop automatically mutes me, which is probably a good thing. But to answer Councilmember Reed's question is, again, it's fine for the council to express concerns about clustering and all these other issues, but the process will actually come out whether or not the developer's application meets those requirements. Right now, you could say the applicant submitted an application because he believes he meets all those different standards. However, the process will determine if he has indeed or any of those changes. All during that point, ultimately what comes to you, that's when you could start. When it actually comes to the council, that's when you can actually opine on the project. At least you should wait till then when you have all what you see, what's finally before you. The developer is taking a risk, and this is what he believes. And so it goes through the process, and that will tell him whether he's right, whether he's wrong, or he's got to do some changes somewhere in between. So that's why we can't right now say it doesn't, because we don't know if it does. But as he goes through the process, he may actually change it himself, depending on the draft EIR maybe, or what he sees as public comment. We just don't know. But that's why we go through the process. That's why the developer pays for everything. He's taking a risk. That's his money. He's allowed to do it, whether it's approved or not. Who knows what format it's approved? Nobody knows. But there's a process that he's allowed to go through. And again, if he wants to do it, then his application's been incomplete. And if he's going to pay for everything, then we can go through that. But no guarantees on what ultimately will be considered or what ultimately be approved, if anything, and the developer knows that.
Okay, thanks, Garrett. Any other comments? Wait, Ben has something.
Yeah, and very briefly on the concern that I've heard repeatedly regarding clustering and getting through the door for this original step in the process. Under the UR10 zoning, a lot has to meet certain minimum width standards where it fronts on a street. The development as proposed meets those minimum width standards. And again, we certainly don't want to get into a detailed discussion about lot configurations, et cetera, but to the basic question of clustering And historically, we know that there were conversations. This is before my being in this job, but that the applicant did have some study sessions where they looked at alternatives that may have involved rezoning, that certainly involved more clustering, because I've heard about that. And the determination was made that that was not supported by the town. So when we go into that historical analysis, there was greater clustering. The proposal right now meets the road width. And as the town manager pointed out, the process will determine ultimately the merits of those proposals. So we're standing on the doorstep of doing that.
Okay, thanks, Ben. Any other council members want to make their comments on this? So we can determine a direction forward tonight, soon.
I think everything has been said, some things twice. I'll just say in summary that one speaker in particular asked why we aren't listening to people. Why would we vote for this? Why don't we just say no? And another speaker, actually Richard Applebaum, I think said it pretty well, that the property owner has rights. We aren't in a position where we can just vote, do we like the project or not? That's not what this is. This is a process that we've got zoning regulations that are in place. We've changed some of those zoning regulations since then. We've lowered the minimum house size, but that was after this application was started, and so it doesn't apply to this one. The zoning regulations that were in place at the time that this applicant began, and then that in addition to the EIR, which will look at many different aspects of environmental impact, together, if all of that passes, then he gets to build the thing, and that's his right. And so it's not that we have a vote that we just decide, do we like it or not? It's a matter of it's a matter of going through this process carefully, and it'll take a long time, and we're only really at the beginning of it now, but that's the only thing I can say at this point. And it seems like my feeling is that we should go ahead and select Ascent Environmental for this work and proceed with the EIR.
Okay, Stephanie? You're on mute, Stephanie.
Going forward, I would really appreciate visibility into our RFP process. I don't know what the criteria was. I don't know who the other companies were. And I keep asking for that level of transparency. And I think, it's really difficult for me to say that. I mean, I trust staff, but I would just really appreciate more information about the process so we can build trust with the community about this process as we move forward. And so the more that staff can do that, the better. Transparency is key. And that is offering as much information as possible. And Bruce, to your point, yes, we have to uphold the rights and the law, if you will, but we don't have to approve something if we're not comfortable with the process. And right now, I don't know who else they looked at.
I could quickly respond. Just off the top of my head, I sent out requests for proposals to at least a dozen other firms. And as the town manager pointed out, at that time, it was difficult to get proposals. But there was a lot of other consulting firms involved in the initial solicitation process. And I can provide information about which terms it was solicited to. Again, getting into that type of granular interior process stuff is something that staff felt wasn't it's just more information that people are going to have a hard time comprehending, but that is public knowledge, and I would be happy to provide it to any person who requested it. I believe Mr. Egger requested it, and I will forward it to him and you.
I think that whole Miranda Heights distribution would probably appreciate it. That would be my guess.
I would agree. I think it should be on the website. I mean, if it's public information, why not make it fully available? I think transparency is key. I think Stephanie's right.
I will post the RFP list on the website.
Thank you.
So yeah, it comes back down to me just briefly, because I do believe everything has been asked. I would say that there's a lot going on in my head. I'm processing all of these things, staring into a computer screen, as we all have been. I really want to just say that, you know, we hire staff who are trained and have expertise and education in looking through things like calling out for proposals for firms that do EIRs, for project management, who work in conjunction with folks who have expertise in EIRs. And at this level of detail, yes, I understand there are members of the public who absolutely have the desire, and probably some have the expertise to look at who these firms are and who's applied and what their you know, the history of the projects they've worked on before these. But in this situation, after years of doing this and knowing that this applicant has submitted an application what took a long time to complete and deem complete, and we are only in the very, very beginning without a project before us, I don't believe that we need to be part of reviewing and you know, analyzing the resumes of all of the people that we send RFPs to. So I'm comfortable at this point with the work that staff has done. I think it's always good to put things out there to the public. If it's something that's public information, let's make it accessible by all means. But I am comfortable with staff's work in choosing these firms. And I think it's really important that we move forward so that we can be talking about something and not about a project that we may not opine on before it even exists. We have an application that's deemed complete, period. And we're moving forward to begin the process, which will be long, so that we all understand exactly what's going on. And so I'm ready to move forward. If anyone would like to make a motion.
I guess I'll do it. I seem to be offering myself up. I just want to mention one thing. I know there's no formal requirement that the council approve this, but staff brought this to us to be transparent. But I think in doing so, they didn't realize the level of detail that everyone would want to see. So let's get that stuff up there. But my motion is to adopt a resolution that authorizes the town manager to enter into an agreement with Ascent Environmental Inc. to prepare the environmental impact report at the applicant's cost for the Miranda Heights subdivision, aka Walt property, and Lamford Gregory to perform project management and coordination services for the EIR and overall project at the applicant's cost.
Okay, we have a motion. Kohler, is there a second?
I can second it.
Okay, and second, Ackerman, Councilmember Hellman? Can't hear you.
Aye.
Councilmember Reed?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Ackerman?
Aye.
Councilmember Kohler?
Aye.
And myself, I vote aye. So yes, the motion carries. Thank you to our guests from Ascent Environment.
We will be seeing you again.
Yes, you have met the community, so we have high expectations, and appreciate your being here so late with us tonight.
Thank you. Have a good night. Take
good care.
Take a look a little later in our packet. You'll see some statistics on how late our meetings run.
Okay, you all. So it is now 10 minutes before midnight. So we need to look at the agenda and decide what we can do, what we must do.
Yes.
So I think, let's see, we have 26 people that are still here with us. And I'm trying to decipher what they may be here for. And I think I have a good idea. I would suggest that we continue on with item 15 and then 5, which is a very important resolution and requires us to have the item 15 conversation, which is also very vital right now. Anybody else? I think that.
How long do we think number 16 is going to take? We can all just do a quick vote on it right now.
I think number 16 will take a long time, and I think the town manager suggested that we really have more time to discuss that basically in October. I know, Stephanie, this is something that you're interested in, but I really think that jamming it through is problematic. I'm also, Renee, I understand that there's people sitting here waiting for number 15, but it's 10 to midnight. And with 25 attendees, are we going to have 25 people times 3 minutes again? You know, I'm just really worried that we're going to be here till 2 in the morning.
Well, so that, as is often the case, Barbara, and to your earlier point, why are you pushing that? So let's talk about number 16 first. Why are you pushing that till October?
If you read the staff report, the town manager is talking about, we really need to evaluate this when we understand more where our budget is and those kinds of things. And so, you know, I realize this is something you campaigned on.
It's not about campaigning. It's embracing our reality that we're already having 2 meetings a month.
Okay, so Stephanie, you've been here a short time and you don't understand the amount of time it takes to put those packets together. It's not just sitting in a meeting. So the town manager put together a lot of detail. I am not going to be doing this tonight just because you're interested in doing it. My suggestion was going to be, where we have to, let's try to hold the third Wednesday open to the extent feasible where we have to do a second meeting, but not make a decision now about always having a second meeting. I don't think that's fair. And when I first got on the council, I raised the issue. And then there was a lot of discussion about how long it takes. It's not just copying a packet, it's putting information together.
There's actually a proposal that packets would not be required. That is not being presented by Garrett. So it's a worthwhile discussion. If we need to wait till October, we can do that. But there is a proposal on the table that's not being represented where packets would not be required.
I don't know how you do that and comply with the Brown Act.
Garrett?
I think it's a point of order. You're right now talking about what you're going to talk about, what you're not going to talk about. So if you're going to talk about 16, then you need to leave it on so you can at least talk about it. Otherwise, I think right now you're talking about, you want to talk about 15, maybe you can continue whatever item 16 to August, or maybe you talk about it at a special meeting. I just think you need to stay on point regarding what you want to talk about tonight.
Okay.
Oh, continue talking about, excuse me.
Right. So I'm going to propose that we, it's not right to have this discussion about item 15 and cut off people from speaking. At the same time, it could be, and you all might help me with this, that we schedule the listening session that we're talking about, which is part of 15, and we make that listening session an opportunity to cover all of the points that we've got in the staff report in terms of the formation of a committee. And it starts with the listening session, because I don't know how well I can listen right now, and that we can come up with the best decision going forward with the formation of very important committees.
Well,
So
that does sound realistic. I'm feeling more tired than I usually am at this time in the meeting tonight as well. And yes, you're right. If we had 25 people speak, that's well over an hour. That's probably an hour and a half by the time there's the space between people speaking. And then we wouldn't have even started to discuss it yet. So yeah, I think that might be realistic. And that was one of the options. The staff report kind of presented different possibilities, different ways that we could handle the formation of these committees. And one of the ways was to start with the listening session. So
okay.
that doesn't sound like a bad idea to kind of.
Thanks, Bruce. But point of order again. Sorry, Garrett. I would like to propose that we take item 16, given that we will be having a listening session, we'll be having committee meetings, we'll be having 1 to 2 council meetings. Let's wait to formalize it and have the discussion for real in October. And also we could be having a retreat by that point. So I would like to move that item 16, we push for an official discussion in October. That 17, we can get a 2-second update on the small businesses, and that we talk about what we want to do around item 15.
And not hear from the public.
Well, if we're going to decide to take up item 15 and not continue it or change its form, then yes, we will absolutely hear from the public. But if we're going to move it and just schedule a listening session and then form these committees subsequent to the listening session, then I mean, I'm trying to do this with a process that works at midnight after a very long meeting.
So I like your idea, and I think that, so we schedule the listening. So basically, point of order, we're moving 16 off, taking up 15 and 5 basically through a listening session. It may be 1 committee, it may be 2, but let's schedule the listening session in a couple of weeks or something. And then we're able to, which is what I really thought we probably wanted to do anyway. So we have more time, we hear from people, we get a better grip on what we want to do. So I think for purposes of our agenda tonight, I don't know if other people like it, but I heard you kind of say it, I would say 15 and 5 become the subject of a listening session that we decide tonight when we want to do that. And then 16, we move off till likely October, we might have a retreat. And then we just do the quick report on the town's business program.
Okay, how does everybody feel about that? John?
I would support that. I mean, I think it's late. I don't think we could give 15 a proper hearing tonight. I think we'd probably be here after 2 o'clock.
Okay, and Stephanie?
Yeah, can we talk a little bit about the scheduling of this listening session?
Yeah,
Oh,
absolutely.
I would support scheduling it, yeah.
Yeah, and I would like to schedule it as soon as we are able. I mean, really as soon as possible, because I know that a lot of people were really prepared to speak, and there's so much there's so many ideas, and we want to take this up at really as soon as possible. So do you want to get our calendars out?
Sure.
Do you want to keep it, are you planning to keep, or I guess you'll discuss it, but are you planning to keep it on a Wednesday? Or you don't know? I guess we discussed.
No, I mean, the main thing, it was my proposal that we do it outside and that we do it in the ballpark. And so we would be looking at wanting to avoid the heat of the day and then before dark. So, you know, I would have proposed a Saturday. But we could also do a Wednesday late afternoon. We could do 4 to 8.
Can I just ask one question?
Mm-hmm.
Given the surges, I mean, I'm not, in theory, I love that idea. Given the surges happening in Marin County, you know, masks, you know, everybody can wear a mask. It's not going to protect everybody. We can try to social distance, all of that. But I'm really worried that we're facing, you know, some bad stuff.
Yeah.
And so even though I think we'd all love to see people and be with them, and this is not satisfactory in a lot of ways, but I really would advocate that we continue with Zoom. It's not perfect, but I just don't think we ought to be out there even with masks on. And
yeah,
I just think it's going to be really, I don't know, I really worry about what's happening to our county.
No, I hear you. You know, I was so excited about it in these last couple days since the staff report came out. Things got more intense. Bruce? Bruce?
Yeah, what would happen with a microphone? Oh,
We would work that out. I mean, we
Sorry
had
about
put
that.
together some really good potential plans for making this work. But at this point, I'm going to agree with Barbara, and we want this to happen soon. So if that's what it's going to take, we'll need to do it on Zoom. And hopefully the next meeting, the next listening session, we'll be able to do outdoors. Let's look at our calendars then. If we're going to do Zoom, shall we do a Wednesday?
I think that makes sense.
Okay. So
any of the Wednesdays this month are about equal for me.
What about if we do something like July 15th, which is 2 weeks, which gives staff time to prepare things, get it all organized? Even though it's on Zoom, it still takes some organization.
I have a conflict on the 15th.
Oh no.
How bad is it?
How bad is it? I was going to be out of town.
Remotely.
How about the 11th? Saturday.
Oh no, if we're doing Zoom, let's give people a break. Let's do it on a weeknight.
As opposed to during an afternoon.
I think there's a lot of people that want to weigh in that may not necessarily be available in the afternoon. So if we start early, something like 5:30, which, you know, when people are on Zoom, they can be eating their dinner or whatever. If we start early at something like 5:30.
John, when will you be gone?
13th to the 23rd.
Are you going to, it's remote, so can you call in?
Maybe. Yeah, I was going to be in the woods, away from everybody.
I'm sorry, so from the 13th till when?
The 22nd, probably 23rd. Yeah.
So we may need to do this without you.
So
I just, we have to respond to the need.
Yeah, I might. I mean, I'm on this be on the cell phone to connect. So it,
Council, what do you think? I would propose we do the 15th, as Barbara was suggesting. People are used to tuning in with us on Wednesdays.
I think that's, I mean, I'm sorry that John may not be able to participate, but I don't think we can wait till he returns. And I think if we try to jam it in next Wednesday, we'll just run out. It's not fair. So I think we should go for the 15th, start at 5:30 or 6, and try to take up those 2 items.
Okay.
and I will do my best to be in a location where I can attend electronically.
Okay, excellent. Thanks, John. Everyone okay with that?
Yeah, can I just mention one thing, Mayor?
Yes, please.
So I mentioned to you Liz Darby, who's the Social Equity and Program Coordinator at the county, who I've worked with for a number of years on the Assessment of Fair Housing Committee, and she's biracial, Black and Japanese. She has worked with Marin, anyway, through our Assessment of Fair Housing and through her outreach, worked with Marin City Canal Alliance, diverse people all over this county, people with disabilities. I did ask her if it was possible, if she could maybe facilitate and how much she would charge. And she said she'd like to know more about it, but she would do it for free as part of her work through the county. She could not write up a formal report, and we would have to have somebody take notes rather than her because she'd be facilitating. But I can tell you, I've seen her in action over the years. She's just fabulous. And she may be an option. I understand you mentioned Councilmember Hellman may have somebody as well. But if we could maybe explore that.
Okay, well, let's work on that. Let's work on that offline, but that she sounds like she would be perfect. But Stephanie, maybe you can share your person offline. Okay, so let's do 5:30. Let's give ourselves as much time as possible, starting as early as we can, and we will go 5:30 to, I think we just are going to say 5:30 because I want to make sure people really have a chance. Okay?
On the 15th?
Yes. All right, and that will mean that the resolution is going to come at the same time. So we'll be talking about number 15 in terms of just the formation of the committees. We'll be talking about we'll be hopefully passing a resolution, and we'll have a listening session about all things related.
And the listening session, I just want to clarify, is obviously for the community, but primarily to hear from BIPOC. Is that?
No, it's for the entire community. And it would be wonderful if people in their networks brought more people to the conversation. We would like to invite and be as inviting as possible to BIPOC, and of course, we live in a community that's 88% white, so we want to invite the community.
Yeah, I think we need to make it clear that it's going to be a one-way listening session and that it's going to be a safe space, and that we really do want to invite our BIPOC community. And so we need to do a good job of communicating out on this.
Okay.
And make sure they're well represented, because that's really the point in my mind.
Well, but it's also a community listening session, so I'm hoping that people will feel safe and comfortable and that we can get the word out as far and wide as we can. Remembering that we're talking about Fairfax. not to exclude, but that we are talking about Fairfax.
Yeah, I wasn't inclined to go outside of Fairfax.
Okay. All right, then I must apologize deeply to everyone who waited on here so long to talk about item 15. I think we would not be able to do justice to it. So I appreciate your patience.
So, Madam Mayor, as a point of order, I believe that the talk is to adopt for your 11:30 rule that in essence you're recommending that items 15 and 5 be continued to a special meeting on July 15th to start at 5:30. That will include the community listening session, and we will have a facilitator for that meeting, whether free or otherwise. And then for item 16, we've talked about continuing it, council's talked about continuing it to October or sooner if we have a retreat. I would even offer if there's time at September, we do a retreat, maybe that's the time to talk about it at that time. And so that's what you're doing for items 5, 15, and 16 in terms of direction.
Mm-hmm.
And you'll still continue, your motion would be to continue to talk about item 17. That will literally take like 2 minutes.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So in essence, that would be your motion per se as it relates to the 11:30 rule.
May
Okay.
I make that motion and not have to say it again? What Garrett said. Is that an okay motion? We continue
Yeah.
15 and 5 to a special meeting, which would be on, what did we say, the 11th?
The 15th, the 15th.
July 15th at 5:30.
5:30. So that would be items 15 and 5. 16 will be continued to as soon as possible, possibly September or October, that we would discuss that. And 17 we will discuss tonight. That's the motion.
Okay.
I'd second that.
All right. So we have a motion, Ackerman, second. Reed, Councilmember Hellman,
Aye.
Councilmember Kohler,
Aye.
Councilmember Reed,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Ackerman,
Aye.
and myself, aye. Okay, great. So again, thank you, public, for your patience with this process tonight. Let's go ahead then, Garrett, and have a brief report about item 17.
Sure. Item 17, I think as the council requested, we give you monthly updates on the town's business recovery programs. And so we've issued one temporary use permit, as you know, for the lodge. I think there's discussions with others regarding other temporary use permits. None have been issued. So far, we've issued 2 encroachment permits for Gestalt House and Hummingbird. There are additional ones that will be requested, one on the ball field, coffee roastery, and I think one other that just escapes me at this moment in time. We've issued 12 grants under the small business recovery grants or small business recovery relief grants. I believe there might be 9 more in the process, so we're working on that. Working with the chamber regarding the use of mono parking lot to talk to them about providing the cleaning and staffing, and so we're talking about that. And then you may notice we were just out there on Monday or Tuesday. And what we did is we temporarily marked Bolinas. You can see temporary markings of where the travel lane would end. So that's about 10 feet from center line, but there's another 1 foot buffer. So actually travel lanes, closer to more 11 feet, and then there'd be seating, and then path of travel. And so we're trying to work through all those issues. And as Councilmember Reed reminded me, there is a grant program with TAM that we applied to do pay for some of these improvements. And the state, under its state budget, has authorized, what is it, under the CARES Act, maybe it's the federal budget actually. We are eligible for, I believe, $91,356 to be received directly for the federal government via the state. And the state's going to give us eligibility guidelines on what's an eligible expense. And we also are applying to FEMA for reimbursement. I have no idea how that's all going to work out, but that's the update of where we're at this moment in time.
Okay, thank you, Garrett. I know how hard you guys are working. So that was the last item. Yes, Bruce?
Maybe the council would be interested in just a very, very, very brief report on the status of the bus shelter roof.
Yes, please. That would be great.
It's possibly due to the coronavirus. I don't really know, but it was just incredibly frustrating ordering the roofing materials. It goes through a local lumber store, and they're a local sales representative to the company, the national company that makes the metal roofing, and they have an estimator that puts together the order. So it's this sort of emails back and forth that, bless you, that took 4 rounds to do that. And so that's really what the slowness of the process has been. We've now completed that, and just as of today, Garrett took care of the payment part, and I signed the order, and it's in. So based on previous experience, my previous experience hadn't been that it was that slow to do that, but based on my previous experience about the next step, it usually has taken about 2 weeks to get the materials. So we would have them dropped on the pavilion parking lot. Staff will clear a couple of parking spaces to give us a place to drop those materials, and then we'll get on it. And I don't think it'll take more than a few days. Chance Catrano has said that he would be interested in working with me on it, and I believe John Romaitis is interested in working on it. So seems like we've got a little crew. We should be able to put the roof up.
Great. Thank you. Thank you for all the hard work on that, Bruce. Much appreciated. Okay, everyone. I'm going to adjourn the meeting tonight in memory of Marie Dern. And Marie was a famous Fairfax artist, and she passed away on May 22nd. And also in memory of Juliet Simpson. Juliet was a resident of Marin City, and she passed away on June 5th. She was a beloved teacher at Deer Park School, at Manor, and at White Hill from 1969 to 1988. So,
Mayor?
yes.
May I also add Glenn Miller to that list? He was also a Fairfax resident since 1982, and excellent teacher at College of Marin, and all around wonderful person. He also passed within the last week. So
our hearts go out to their families. And okay, so good night, everyone. Please be well. Please wear your masks. Can't overstate that. Please wear your masks. And we will see you on the 15th on Zoom at 5:30. And look for information on the website. All right.
John.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay.
Thank
Good night.
you.